Chapter 2016. H. A shrill and miserable cry suddenly resounded. Even though Gu Nan was a circle breaker as well, that was the weakest part of a man. So, even he wasn't able to endure such intense physical pain. Of course, there was also the psychological humiliation. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yi Xian attack, and he was about to attack. However, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed his sword into Gu Nan's throat. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed violently. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. My ancient star race will definitely annihilate 10 of your clans if you kill him. Yi Xian turned around to glance at the old man, and then he suddenly twisted his right hand. Hiss! Gu Nan's head flew into the air, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. Both his soul and soul were obliterated. The expressions of Shen Qing, and the others from the Divine Wilderness clan, had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. This fellow really killed Gu Nan. Moreover, he'd annihilated Gu Nan by force. Most importantly, Gu Nan, who was a circle breaker, hadn't even been able to fight back against this man. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly became ferocious when they saw Yi Xian annihilate Gu Nan. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The old man spoke fiercely. "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward, and a black vortex instantly enveloped Yi Xian. A moment of silence ensued. OM! A sword howl suddenly resounded from within the black vortex. In the next moment, an expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted from within the black vortex. Rumble! The black vortex was obliterated in an instant. At the same time, a figure retreated repeatedly. That figure was the old man. When the old man stopped moving, his body had been completely shattered, and only his soul remained. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. This young man is a circle breaker? The old man gazed at Yi Xian with a dazed expression. You. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, a blood sword appeared in front of him. The old man's expression changed drastically. He stretched his right hand forward, and then he suddenly made a grabbing motion. For a time, a powerful strand of soul energy surged out from the center of his palm. The sword arrived. Chi! Under everyone's astonished gazes, the sword directly pierced through the old man's palm. In the next moment, Yi Xian had already appeared behind the old man, and his azure profound sword had already pierced through the old man's chest. Everyone was shocked. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would actually be killed by someone with two swords. In the distance, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had to admit that he was panicking. He was at the same level as the old man. But the old man had been killed by two swords. Two sword strikes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand, and the azure profound sword shook violently. In the next moment, the old man's soul was completely absorbed by the azure profound sword. Even though the old man was a circle breaker as well, he was an outsider. Moreover, unlike an outsider like Bai Xiao, the old man's strength was clearly much weaker than Bai Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xian had activated his bloodline energy, and coupled with the fact that the old man had been slightly careless when facing Yi Xian was able to kill the old man with two swords. It could be said that only an expert from the inner circle like Heavenly Loathsome could firmly suppress him. Yi Xian turned to look at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Who are you? You. He hadn't even finished speaking when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and slashed down with his sword. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. This strike contained at least a few tens of thousands of overlapped swords. A few tens of thousands of swords. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted when he saw Yi Xian's sword slash down. He opened his right hand, and a huge black shield appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he raised the shield to block the attack. Bang! Everyone watched as the huge shield shook violently. In the next moment, the shield exploded, and the middle-aged man was instantly blasted thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, a shadow flashed by. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xian was already behind him. and Yi Xian's sword was already at the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. Another instant kill. At the sight of this, the surroundings were so silent that even a falling needle could be heard. This young man killed 2 circle breakers in such a short period of time? When did this circle breaker become so weak? The middle-aged man looked into the distance and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword shook violently and absorbed the middle-aged man's soul completely. In the distance, the experts from the ancient Star clan were filled with shock. At this moment they were terrified. As for Shi Tian, Shen Qing, and Li Sun, they had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Or it should be said that they were slightly panicked. Who exactly is this young man? Meanwhile, one of the experts from the ancient Star clan intended to flee. But he just intended to flee when a ray of light pierced the center of his forehead. Yi Xian gazed at the expert who intended to flee. Did I say you could leave? As soon as he finished speaking, the azure profound sword absorbed the expert's soul. And then everything about him was eliminated. He'd completely vanished from this world. The expressions of Shen Qing and the others changed when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian didn't attack again. He walked slowly over to Lanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu, and he gazed at them as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Are you all right? Actually, the energy of his bloodline had a huge effect on him. Even though he was conscious, he seemed like he was drunk. He was conscious, but he wasn't rational right now. And Lanxiu shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that if he'd been late, then Lanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu might not be around anymore. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious. He suddenly turned around, and the head of an expert from the ancient Star clan flew into the air. The expressions of Shen Qing and the others changed drastically. Shen Qing, who was in the lead, hurriedly said, Sir, I'm from the Divine Wilderness race. The Divine Wilderness race. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Shao. Shen Qing was slightly stunned, and then he said, You know the Patriarch? The Divine Wilderness race. Yi Xian's expression became even more ferocious. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept over from the distant horizon. Shen Qing and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. The real big shots have finally arrived. At this moment an old man appeared. It was the ancient Star clan's patriarch, Gu Sun, and he was also a circle drawer. Gu Sun glanced at the battlefield, and then he suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. You killed my son. Yi Xian grinned. Not only did I kill your son, I'm going to annihilate your entire clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. A vicious look flashed in Gu Sun's eyes. You! As he spoke, he suddenly charged forward and punched out. A reddish-gold fist beam swept out from his fist. Rumble! The sword beam and fist beam shattered, and the two of them retreated at the same time. As for Yi Xian, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished while he was retreating. In the distance, Gu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly pressed his hands together and roared furiously. Great overarching heavenly hand! As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly pressed forward and slapped down. Hiss! The space-time in front of him split apart. In the next moment, an enormous hand stretched out from the dark space-time and slapped down. Bang! Yi Xian's green profound sword was slapped flying. At the same time, Gu Sun suddenly waved his right hand in Yi Xian's direction. Destroy! As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous hand suddenly slapped down towards Yi Xian. Everywhere it passed, space was directly shattered and obliterated. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and then the green profound sword transformed into a blood-red shield that stood in front of him. Bang! The enormous hand slapped the blood-red shield, causing it to tremble violently, while countless strands of space in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. However, the blood-red shield was completely unharmed. The blood-red shield had forcefully blocked all the force of the attack. Gu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he was slightly shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected that the sword shield formed from Yi Xian's sword would actually be so strong that it was able to block his attack. Meanwhile, the sword shield suddenly transformed into a sword, and then it transformed into a ray of light that slashed down towards Gu Senator. A wisp of a cold glow flashed through Gu Sen's eyes as he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Bang! His finger struck the green profound sword, and his expression instantly changed drastically when his finger came into contact with the sword. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Hiss! Everyone watched as two of his fingers were sliced off, and then the sword pierced straight towards the center of his forehead. However, a vine suddenly coiled around the green profound sword at the critical moment. The vine didn't coiled around the green profound sword for too long, and it immediately retreated after obstructing the green profound sword for a moment. Meanwhile, Gu Sun had retreated over 1 kilometer away, and he'd pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. It was Bai Xiao. A middle-aged man and old man were by Bai Xiao's side. The middle-aged man was the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Bian, and the Li clan's patriarch, Li Qiu. Bai Xiao gazed at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Young Master Yi. When they heard Bai Xiao, all the others in the surroundings gazed at her. Does she know this man? Yi Xian opened his palm, and then the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, Gu Sun walked over to Yi Xian and Bai Xiao's side, and he said in a low voice, Patriarch Bai Xiao, who is he? Bai Xiao glanced at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. All of them were stunned when they heard this. Gu Sun was stunned, and he intended to say something. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly walked over to Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi. Why didn't you notify me that you were coming here? I'd intended to send someone to get you, but you. Yi Xian suddenly said. Miss Bai Xiao, let's catch up in the future. Bai Xiao's face froze, and then she turned around to gaze at Shen Qing. What exactly happened? Shen Qing hesitated for a moment, and then he didn't dare conceal anything and told her everything. Bai Xiao's face fell once Shen Qing finished speaking. A short while passed before she gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Shen Qing, and a sword was pressed against his throat before the latter could even react. Gu Sun and the others instantly frowned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian gazed at Bai Xiao and said, A misunderstanding? Miss Bai Xiao, your clansman shattered my younger sister's body and bullied my woman. Yet you're actually telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Bai Xiao's expression was unsightly. Young Master Yi, this really is a misunderstanding. I'll give young Master Yi an explanation. Please give me some face, young Master Yi. Yi Xian suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Hiss! The green profound sword pierced Shen Qing's throat, and then a strand of blood sprayed from his throat. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. He's not giving Bai Xiao any face at all? Bai Xiao hadn't expected Yi Xian to do this, and her face was filled with astonishment. Yi Xian looked at Bai Xiao and grinned. Miss Bai Xiao, I'm sorry. This is a misunderstanding. My hand just trembled for a moment. Miss Bai Xiao, can you give me some face and let this matter go? Bai Xiao was speechless. Chapter 2017. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Bai Xiao's expression became extremely ugly. Angry, of course, because Yi Xian was too ruthless. He did not give them any face at all. However, she was even more shocked. She did not expect Yi Xian to be so angry. He had completely changed his previous easygoing image. At this moment Gu Sun, who was beside Bai Xiao, suddenly said fiercely, Arrogant. As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. Boom! A fist mark went straight for Yi Xian. The powerful power contained in the fist mark directly ignited space-time and turned it into ashes. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed down. Boom! A wave of sword light slashed onto the fist mark. The fist mark trembled violently before it split apart, and Yi Xian retreated nearly 300 meters away. Gu Sun wanted to make another move, but Bai Xiao stopped him. Gu Sun looked at Bai Xiao. Patriarch Bai Xiao, what do you mean? Bai Xiao sighed softly. Gu Sun and the others still did not know about the alternate world. In other words, no one in the universe Yuan realm knew about Yi Xian's identity other than her. She knew that she absolutely could not touch Yi Xian. Otherwise, something big would happen. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, can we let this matter go? Let it go. Gu Sun glanced coldly at Bai Xiao. Patriarch Bai Xiao, are you joking? This person has killed several members of the ancient star race, and even threatened to destroy the ancient star race. How can you let this matter go? Furthermore, this person just killed Shen Qing in front of you. And Shen Qing is the young patriarch of your divine desolate race. Is Jade Firmament Patriarch going to let it go? Everyone looked at Bai Xiao. On the side, the patriarch of the stone race Shi Bian said in a deep voice, Patriarch Bai Xiao, who is this person? No one was stupid. They naturally knew that Yi Xian was not simple. After all, Yi Xian was only a circle breaker. But this circle breaker could actually kill the circle drawer. Not only that, but he was also able to fight evenly with Gu Senator. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Bai Xiao glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated expression, and she was just about to speak when Gu Sun suddenly spoke ferociously. Old man. No matter who he is, he must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly ignored Bai Xiao and charged forward, throwing another punch at Yi Xian. Chi. This punch actually tore apart the space in front of Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, the green profound sword turned into a sword gleam, and disappeared into his glabella. One with the sword. The union of man and sword wasn't the union of man and sword from before. After all, his current realm was completely different from before. The moment the Qingxian sword entered Yi Xian's body, boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes and slashed down with his sword. Bang! The fist was directly slashed into pieces by Yi Xian's sword strike. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Gu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pressed his right hand down, and suddenly raised it up. Overarching heavenly palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly split apart, and then an enormous hand stretched out from within and slapped down. Bang! An expanse of sword gleams shattered while Yi Xian was blasted over 1 kilometer back. But in the next moment, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished. Hiss! The enormous hand was directly torn apart by a ray of sword gleam, and then the sword slashed straight at Gu Sun. Gu Sen's pupils constricted abruptly, and then he suddenly pressed his hands together. As soon as he did so, a mysterious and enormous shield made of talismans suddenly appeared in front of him, and countless rays of light coiled around it. The sword arrived. Bang! The mysterious and enormous shield exploded into pieces. Gu Sen's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, he was panicking. He never expected Yi Xian's sword to be so strong. At this critical moment, a tree vine once again wrapped around Yi Xian's green profound sword. Bai Xiao had attacked. The tree vine immediately retreated after blocking the green profound sword. And at this moment, Gu Sun had already retreated thousands of feet away. Yi Xian turned to look at Bai Xiao, who said in a deep voice, Yi. Before she finished speaking, a sword slashed straight at her. Bai Xiao's expression changed slightly. She spread out her right hand, and a tree shield appeared in front of her. Bang! The green profound sword stabbed at the tree shield, causing it to tremble slightly. In the next moment, the tree shield split apart and shattered, allowing the sword to pierce straight through. Bai Xiao's expression changed drastically. With a light tap of her feet, she retreated thousands of feet, dodging Yi Xian's sword. When they saw this scene, the expressions of Shi Bian and the others by the side became solemn. This youth's sword could actually break the divine wilderness ancient tree, which was a supreme treasure of the divine wilderness race. What sort of sword was that? After she stopped, Bai Xiao hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. We will give young Master Yi. Before she could finish speaking, another sword slashed over. Bai Xiao's expression changed drastically. She charged forward and pointed a finger forward. A drop of green light appeared on the tip of her finger. The divine wilderness ancient tree's divine energy. She had no choice but to use her full strength when facing Yi Xian's green profound sword. When her finger touched the green profound sword, the powerful force caused the sword to tremble violently. After that, Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet with his sword. However, Bai Zhao's finger shattered as well. Yi Xian's strength was inferior to hers, but his sword could break through her divine energy. After Yi Xian was pushed back, Gu Sun said in a low voice, "Everyone, this kid can't be allowed to live. If we allow him to join the heaven-forsaken clan." The expressions of Shi Bian and the others turned gloomy when they heard this. The formidable combat strength that Yi Xian had revealed was enough to make them feel fearful. If Yi Xian joined the heaven-forsaken clan, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. Killing intent appeared in their eyes when they thought up to this point. Haha! Suddenly, a roar of laughter resounded from afar. Bai Zhao's expression instantly turned solemn when she heard this laughter. She turned around and saw that space-time had torn apart nearby, and a woman had walked out. It was the patriarch of the heaven-forsaken clan, Tian Yin. Actually, she'd been here for quite some time, but she hadn't come out. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw Tian Yin, the ancient priest of the heaven-forsaken clan. She was the #1 expert of the eternal origin world all those years ago. The experts of the heaven-forsaken clan hadn't entered the eternal origin world, because the eternal origin world had set up countless formations and armies at the entrance of the space-time passageway. If the heaven-forsaken clan wanted to enter, then they had to deal with these people first. Heaven Hatred had relied on his own power to tear through the space-time barrier and enter. However, in the entire Tian-forsaken tribe, only she had this kind of power. And the reason why Yi Xian was able to force his way in was naturally because of the green profound sword. Heaven's Loathsome still needed to tear it apart by force, but he didn't need to. The green Xian sword could ignore any existence of space-time. All of them seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy as soon as Heaven Hatred appeared. Even Bai Zhao's expression changed. It became incomparably solemn. Tian-forsaken tribe. Back then, this race was an invincible existence in the universe origin realm. They were the nightmare of countless families and forces. Heaven's Loathsome ignored Bai Zhao and the others. She glanced at Yi Xian, the corners of her mouth curling up. At this moment, she suddenly found King Kaoshan pleasing to the eye. Seeming to have thought of something, Heaven's Malice suddenly turned to look at Bai Zhao and said with a smile, "Bai Zhao, how interesting. Previously, you mocked me for being enemies with King Kaoshan. But I never thought that you would also be enemies with him now. Tendo is really a good reincarnation. You must be feeling a pain in the ass right now, right? Haha. What did it feel like to be enemies with King Kaoshan? I can't fight him. I can't scold him. To put it simply, it was the kind of person that made you very unhappy with him. But you couldn't do anything about it." It had to be said that Heaven's Malice was indeed very happy at this moment. She was too happy. Previously, when she was enemies with Yi Xian, she was almost angered to death by King Kaoshan. King Kaoshan was simply not human. Now, when she saw Bai Zhao and King Kaoshan in conflict, she could not be happier. It was really too comfortable. Bai Zhao glanced coldly at Heaven's Malice. "Heaven's Malice, there's only a misunderstanding between us and young Master Yi." "Misunderstanding?" Heaven's Malice's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Bai Zhao, at first, I thought that you were a woman with some intelligence, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Not only did you disciples of large families want to snatch King Kaoshan's woman, but you even destroyed his sister's body. But you say it's just a misunderstanding. Do you think that King Kaoshan is a kind man?" Hearing this, Bai Zhao's expression became extremely ugly. As if she had thought of something, she glanced coldly at the young clan leader of the Stone Clan, Shi Tian, and the young lady of the Li Clan, Li Sinner. When they saw Bai Zhao's gaze, their expressions changed. They lowered their heads slightly, not daring to meet her eyes. At this moment, the clan leader of the Stone Clan said in a low voice, "Clan leader Bai Zhao, we can't have internal strife now. We need to unite now." Gu Sun also said, "Clan leader Bai Zhao, I think that Swordsman is in cahoots with the Heaven-abandoned clan. Why don't we just get rid of him today and get rid of—" "Shut up." Bai Zhao suddenly turned her head and roared. Everyone was stunned. Bai Zhao looked coldly at Gu Senior. "You idiot. Not only are you stupid, but your dead son is also stupid." Hearing this, Gu Sen's expression became ugly. "Clan leader Bai Zhao, you. What do you mean?" Bai Zhao ignored Gu Senator. She turned around and walked in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, how do you think this matter should be resolved?" Yi Xian walked in front of Bai Xiao. "You can touch me, but you can't touch the people around me. Resolved? The entire ancient Star clan is dead and..." As he spoke, he pointed at Li Sun and Shirtian in the distance. "Anyone who participated in the previous matter is dead. This matter can be resolved peacefully." The expressions of Gu Sun and the others instantly turned ugly when they heard this. Gu Sun stared at Yi Xian. "You don't know when to stop. Do you think we're afraid of you?" Haha. At this moment Heaven Hater suddenly laughed. "This is too much. This King Kaoshan is too much. I think he's too much. How dare he make such a request? Bai Xiao, how can you tolerate this? Hit him. Beat him up." Everyone was speechless. Bai Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. Heaven Hater continued. "Heaven Hater, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't tolerate this. I will definitely kill this King Kaoshan. Why should I be afraid of him? Kill him." Everyone was speechless. Chapter 2018. Schadenfreude. Heaven Loath felt great. Bai Xiao had been mocking her previously, but now, Bai Xiao had clashed with King Kaoshan herself. This feeling was too great. Most importantly, King Kaoshan would definitely not be on the same team as the various races of the Universe Yuan realm. In fact, she had been worried about this previously. If Yi Xian really joined forces with Bai Xiao, it would undoubtedly be very disadvantageous to the heaven-forsaken race. But now, she did not need to worry about this. Not only that, there was an irreconcilable conflict between King Kaoshan and Bai Xiao and the others. If Bai Xiao agreed to King Kaoshan's conditions, then even if the Universe Yuan Realm Alliance did not collapse, there would be cracks and even internal strife. And if Bai Xiao did not agree with King Kaoshan's temper, how could he let it go? If the Universe Yuan Realm Alliance went against Yi Xian, once that perverted woman appeared, Heaven's hatred gazed at Bai Xiao, who remained silent, and a wisp of a smile that took pleasure in Bai Xiao's misfortune arose on his face. In the distance, Bai Xiao was silent. It had to be said that she was indeed in a difficult position. She could not agree, but she could not refuse. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Bai Xiao, I think you are mistaken about something. Whether I take revenge or not has nothing to do with you. Finally, if you stop me when I kill someone, I will destroy your divine wilderness race as well. If you don't believe me, you can try." With that, he looked directly at Gu Senator. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Chi! A wisp of sword light tore through the battlefield. Bai Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. By the side, the corners of Heaven Loath's mouth curled up. This was the scene she liked to see the most. It had to be said that Yi Xian was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Of course, the premise was that he did not clash with this bastard. In the distance, Gu Sen's expression changed drastically. He was currently a little afraid of Yi Xian, because Yi Xian's sword was too terrifying. Without any time to think, he clasped his hands together and silently chanted an incantation. The next moment, a strange black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Within the vortex, countless mysterious forces gathered. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Boom! The black vortex trembled violently, and then strands of formidable energy swept out from the surroundings like waves. In an instant, the space in the surroundings became illusory, and Yi Xian slashed down again. Chi! As the sword fell, the black vortex was directly torn apart. Gu Sen's expression instantly changed. His body trembled and he retreated, but Yi Xian's sword was faster. Chi! Before Gu Sen could stop, the space in front of him split open. In the next moment, a sword stabbed out. Gu Sen was greatly shocked in his heart. He suddenly flipped his right hand, and then raised it upwards. Great overarching heavenly hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the space before him suddenly split apart, and then an enormous hand stretched out. However, this enormous hand had just appeared when it was directly slashed into pieces by Yi Xian's sword. Boom! Along with an explosion, Gu Sen was instantly pushed over 3 kilometers back. Moreover, as soon as he stopped moving, his body was slashed into pieces by countless strands of sword chi, and only his soul remained. The expressions of Swordsman and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They naturally couldn't just watch as Yi Xian killed Gu Sun, and they were about to attack right away. However, Bai Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Gu Sun, and they didn't even have the time to react before she slapped her palm against Gu Sen's soul. Bang! Gu Sen's soul was instantly blasted apart, and he vanished completely from this world. This sudden scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. What's Bai Xiao doing? Yi Xian was slightly stunned as well. Obviously, Bai Xiao's actions had stunned him as well. Heaven Hatred's eyes narrowed slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bai Xiao suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, over a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared behind those experts from the ancient star race. In the next moment, all of them were annihilated. Swordsman stared at Bai Xiao. What are you doing? Bai Xiao walked slowly to Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, the ancient star race will completely vanish from this world from now on. Yi Xian fell silent. Bai Xiao turned to look at Swordsman and Li Qiu. Annihilate the ancient star race. Swordsman suddenly sent a voice transmission. Patriarch Bai Xiao, who exactly is this person? Swordsman and Li Qiu weren't stupid. They knew that this young man definitely had a great background. Otherwise, Bai Xiao would definitely not do this. Bai Xiao said softly. He's someone we can't afford to offend. Did you see that day? That guy practically pointed at her nose and scolded her. But she didn't dare to do anything. At this point, she paused for a moment and continued. To put it simply, there's a super expert behind him that surpasses the circle drawer. An expert above the circle drawer. Hearing this, the two of them were stunned on the spot. Swordsman said with a trembling voice. How? How is this possible? Bai Xiao said indifferently. How is it impossible? Did you see that day? She called him King Kaoshan. Do you know why? Because he really has a backer. The two of them were speechless. Bai Xiao glanced at Li Sun and Shurtian in the distance. We have a chance of winning against the heaven-forsaken race. But if we go against him, we will only die. You two decide yourselves. Hearing this, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, Li Sun and Shurtian clearly realized that something was wrong. The two of them hurriedly looked at their respective patriarchs with pleading eyes. They knew that they might be sacrificed. Even the ancient star race would be sacrificed. At this moment, Bai Xiao suddenly said, Let me be the bad guy. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves. Boom! Li Sun and Swordsman were directly wiped out. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Swordsman and Li Qiu were silent. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, this is our fault. This happened because of our lack of discipline. As she spoke, she bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, I apologize to you on behalf of the Divine Wilderness race. Apologize. Her attitude could be said to be extremely humble. Swordsman and Li Qiu looked at each other and bowed slightly as well. At this moment, Heaven Hater suddenly said, How boring. Bai Xiao looked at Heaven Hater and smiled. Lady Heaven Hater, I seem to have disappointed you. Heaven Hater smiled. I thought you had a lot of backbone. Backbone? Bai Xiao smiled and said, Heaven Hatred, I thought you were a man of integrity before. But now, you didn't resist when two humiliating words were carved on you, did you? No, you couldn't resist at all. If you had backbone, why didn't you resist with your life? Heaven Hater was not angry. Bai Xiao, you surprised me. To not offend King Kaoshan, you sacrificed your ally. As she spoke, she gave a thumbs up. Amazing, Bai Xiao smiled. Heaven Hater, when did you become so talkative? Heaven Hater laughed. She glanced at Yi Xian in the distance and turned to leave. Bai Xiao and the others didn't stop her, because they knew that if Heaven Hater wanted to leave, then they couldn't stop her. Just like all those years ago, Heaven Hater had chosen to retreat for the sake of her clansmen, and they couldn't do anything about it. After Heaven Hater left, Yi Xian turned around and walked over to Enlanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the two of them away. Bai Zhao's expression dimmed down as she watched Yi Xian leave. The goodwill they'd formed all those years ago had vanished into thin air. What a pity. Fortunately, I didn't form any bad karma with him. Meanwhile, Boundless spoke in a low voice. Patriarch Bai Xiao, who exactly is that young man? Li Qiu looked at Bai Xiao with curiosity in his eyes. Bai Xiao spoke softly. I don't know who he is. All I know is that a woman in a plain dress appeared behind him when Heaven Hater was about to kill him. After that, Heaven Hater and the abandoned Heaven clan were almost annihilated by that woman. Most importantly, that woman's main body didn't come over. Li Qiu furrowed his brows slightly. A clone? Bai Xiao shook her head. She crossed countless star fields to attack, and she only used one sword strike to defeat Heaven Hater. Heaven Hater didn't even have the strength to fight back against her. One sword strike. Hearing this, Li Qiu and boundless expressions became extremely solemn. She crossed countless star fields and defeated Heaven Hater with one sword strike. They didn't know how terrifying the woman in the plain dress was, but they knew how terrifying Heaven Hater was. Back then, that woman was the #1 super expert in the universe origin world. However, she was defeated by a sword strike that crossed countless star fields. Now, the two of them understood why Bai Xiao was so respectful to that young man. They had to be respectful. Bai Xiao spoke softly. He's only a circle breaker, but he can kill the person who drew the circle. He's even more monstrous than I imagined. Of course, with such an expert behind him, even if his talent is average, it won't be bad. Moreover, his talent isn't bad. As she spoke, she sighed again. Previously, I sowed good karma with him, hoping to pull him to our side. If he comes to our side, then we will always be invincible. Because as long as he's here, Heaven Hater will hesitate to attack. But now, at this point, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Shi Bian said, Don't worry about this. It's fine as long as he doesn't become our enemy. Li Qiu nodded slightly. Now, the most important thing is to deal with the Heaven-Forsaken clan. If I'm not wrong, the Heaven-Forsaken clan will soon launch a large-scale attack on the Heavenly River mouth. We have to prepare early. Bai Xiao nodded slightly. Pass down my order. Let Meng Qian and Tianyuan Immortal come over to discuss this. Li Qiu nodded, then turned and left. Bai Xiao turned and looked into the distance. Gradually, her face darkened, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Yi Xian returned to Xiaota. At this moment, Enlanxio's physical body had recovered. Yi Ling's physical body had also recovered. Yi Xian looked at Enlanxio and asked softly, Are you all right? Enlanxio shook her head. I'm fine. Zhang Wenxiu suddenly said, You've become so strong? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Zhang Wenxiu blinked. Just now, that woman called you King Kaoshan. What did that mean? Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Enlanxio suddenly said, I think something might have happened to Sister Nian. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Zhang Wenxiu's expressions changed. Chapter 2019. Something might have happened to Big Sister Nian. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Little, and why do you say that? Enlanxio spoke solemnly. Big Sister Nian wouldn't have vanished for no reason. She would have definitely notified us if she left normally. However, she left in a hurry and didn't notify us. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. It really isn't normal. As he spoke, he took out a transmission stone and tried to contact Big Sister Nian. But it didn't take long for his face to sink. I can't contact her at all. Zhang Wenxiu shook his head. It's useless. We've already contacted her. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Besides Qing Dad and Big Brother, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing Big Sister Nian. As far as he was concerned, besides the 3 swords, even the formidable Heavenly Hater couldn't kill Big Sister Nian. It should be said that Big Sister Nian's strength was absolutely not inferior to Heavenly Hater. So here's the problem. Where did Sister Nian go? Meanwhile, Xiaota spoke abruptly. Young master, I feel that you shouldn't be worried about Big Sister Nian. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Why? Xiaota spoke indifferently. You can't see clearly because you're closely involved. With Big Sister Nian's strength, there are definitely only 3 swords that can suppress her. In fact, it should be said that only 3 swords can kill her. Moreover, Big Sister Nian's intelligence is unparalleled. No one can take advantage of her. Yi Xian fell silent. How could he not be aware of that? But as Little An said, Big Sister Nian couldn't have left for no reason. She must have encountered something. Meanwhile, Enlancio spoke abruptly. We can ask the people from Universal Origin World to help us investigate. After all, they're more familiar with this place than we are. Yixian thought about it and nodded. All right. As he spoke, he looked at the two women. Both of you are circle breakers? Enlancio nodded. But our circle breakers seem to be different from yours. Yixian smiled. Strictly speaking, mine isn't circle breakers but circle breakers. Enlancio and Zhang Wenxiu frowned slightly. Obviously, they didn't understand it very well. Yixian smiled and explained to the two girls. After a while, Zhang Wenxiu gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. He actually thought of such a method. Yixian smiled. Do you want to use this method? Enlancio shook her head. This only suits you. Yixian was slightly stunned. Very quickly he understood. He entered the safe zone. Just as Enlancio had said, his method could only be used by him. Because even if others wanted to use it, there was no circle for them to enter. Because he had the Azure Profound Sword, he could use it as a medium to enter Qing'er's circle. Moreover, Qing'er wouldn't stop him. But what about the others? Even if others wanted to enter the industry, who should they enter? Thinking of this, Yixian could not help but shake his head and smile. It seemed that he had to take a path that no one had ever taken before. The entrant. Strictly speaking, he was not a circle breaker, but a circle breaker. Meanwhile, Enlancio suddenly said, When Xiao and I will enter your Xiaota to cultivate. Yixian nodded. All right. The two girls directly entered the Xiaota. The time inside the Xiaota was different from the outside world. If the two girls cultivated inside the Xiaota, they would have a high chance of becoming circle drawers. Especially Enlancio, with her talent and ability, it would not be difficult for her to become a circle drawer. After the two girls entered the Xiaota, Yixian suddenly thought of someone. Yang Nianxue, Sister Xue. Thinking of Yang Nianxue, Yixian's face immediately darkened. Damn it! Where did his biological sister run off to again? However, he was not worried about Yang Nianxue at all. His father might not care about him, but he would definitely care about Sister Xue. Without thinking about Yang Nianxue, Yixian turned and disappeared into the horizon. The mouth of the Heavenly River. The mouth of the Heavenly River was a defensive area set up by the 6 great families of the Eternal Origin World. Its purpose was to protect the Heaven-Forsaken race. If the Heaven-Forsaken race wanted to enter the Eternal Origin World, they could only go through this place. Only super experts like Heaven Loathsome could shatter spacetime and enter the Eternal Origin World by force. The spacetime of the Eternal Origin World had powerful self-healing abilities. In other words, the Heaven-Forsaken race could not enter the Eternal Origin World this way. Only Heaven Loathsome could. Even Heaven Loathsome could not destroy such a large spacetime wall. Therefore, the only way for the Heaven-Forsaken race to enter the Eternal Origin World was through the mouth of the Heavenly River. At this time, all the experts of the Heaven-Forsaken race had gathered at the mouth of the Heavenly River. There were tens of thousands of them. Among them, there were 12 circle breakers. There were also more than 60 circle drawers. Below them, there were countless inaction realm experts. The leader was Heaven Loathsome. Beside Heaven Loathsome was Tianji. Tianji said softly, Sister, did King Kaoshan really fall out with Bai Xiao and the others? Heaven Loathsome nodded. But I did not expect Bai Xiao to be so bold. In order not to become enemies with King Kaoshan, she actually abandoned the ancient star race. Tianji nodded slightly. This woman is not simple. We have to be careful. Heaven Loathsome looked at the mouth of the Heavenly River in the distance. If I have the chance, I will kill her first. As she spoke, she walked towards the mouth of the Heavenly River in the distance. When she arrived at the entrance, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Heaven Loathsome. It was Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao looked at Heaven Loathsome and smiled. Miss Heaven Loathsome, we meet again. I've missed you a little. Heaven Loathsome's lips curled into a mocking smile. Bai Xiao, I suddenly realized that King Kaoshan is much more real than you. Although he is shameless, he is genuine. If he likes someone, he likes them. If he doesn't like them, he doesn't like them. But you, woman, are extraordinarily hypocritical. Bai Xiao smiled. Heaven Loathsome, cut the crap. If you want to fight, Then bring it on. Heaven Loathsome's lips curled into a disdainful smile. A duel? Bai Xiao shook her head. I can't beat you. Heaven Loathsome was about to speak, when an old man suddenly appeared nearby. The old man wore a gray robe and held a pitch-black iron staff. Heaven Loathsome's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the old man. Meng Chen, you're not bad. You've actually entered the inner circle. Meng Chen. The last. Meng Chen glanced at Heaven Loathsome and chuckled. Patriarch Heaven Loathsome, we meet again. Heaven Loathsome spoke indifferently. Looks like it's you who'll be fighting me today. Meng Chen nodded. Please provide me with your guidance, Patriarch Heaven Loathsome. Heaven Loathsome turned to look at Ji Tianji. She sent him to keep me busy on purpose. Be careful. If they don't attack, then don't attack. I'll definitely kill him within 2 hours. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Meng Chen. In the next moment, both of them vanished on the spot. Bang! The expanse of space they resided in shattered, and then both of them vanished at the same time. 2 hours. Ji Tianji gazed at Bai Xiao and grinned. Miss Bai Xiao, I'm looking forward to seeing how you deal with us. Bai Xiao smiled. I definitely won't disappoint you. Ji Tianji nodded slightly. I'll be waiting. The corners of Bai Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. Open. As soon as she finished speaking, the entrance to the Milky Way in the distance split open. In the next moment, a group of experts charged out. There were over 100,000 of them. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao smiled and said, anyone who kills a member of the Heaven-Forsaken clan will be rewarded with 10,000 infinite divine crystals. 10,000 infinite divine crystals. The experts in the surroundings seethed with excitement when they heard this. In the next moment, they charged towards Ji Tianji and the others. These people weren't experts from the 6 great clans. All of them were independent cultivators and experts from small powers that they'd recruited from the cosmos dimension. Ji Tianji's face fell when she saw them. She understood Bai Xiao's intentions. She was using these cannon fodder to exhaust them. However, they had no other choice but to be exhausted. Ji Tianji turned to look at the circle breakers by her side. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly smiled and said, Miss Ji, don't even think about asking the circle breakers to attack, because I won't give you that chance. Fekta fell silent. She knew that if the Forsaken race's circle breaker expert attacked, the 5 great clans' circle breakers would also attack immediately. Not only that, but if the Forsaken race's circle breaker attacked, the 5 great clans' circle breaker would also attack immediately. It could be said that Bai Xiao wanted to exhaust the Tian Forsaken clan. Even if it was 10 for 1, it was still a profit. Tianji knew Bai Xiao's intention, but she had no choice. Fekta said kill. As soon as she finished speaking, the Forsaken Tian clan cultivators behind her charged forward. When the 2 sides clashed, the Heaven-Forsaken clan immediately suppressed them. No, it should be called a massacre. However, the Heaven-Forsaken clan also suffered losses. It was basically a trade of several experts for 1 Forsaken Heaven tribe member. He had to admit that this was a great loss. But there was nothing the Forsaken race could do. Unfortunately, the experts of the Eternal Origin world were starting to feel afraid. This was because they were completely beaten up by the Forsaken race. At this moment they sobered up. Many people wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The Forsaken race was already in a frenzy of killing, so how could they let them retreat? Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly said, You'll definitely die if you retreat now. If we put our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival. As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice. Anyone who kills a member of the Forsaken Heaven tribe will be rewarded with 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. If you die in battle, your family will receive 50,000 immeasurable God crystals. I, Bai Xiao, swear on the name of the entire Divine Wilderness race that if I deceive you, my Divine Wilderness race will be exterminated. 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. Killing 1 person would be rewarded with 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, the expressions of the experts from the Eternal Origin world immediately turned ferocious. 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. Most importantly, if they retreated now, they would definitely die, because the Forsaken race would definitely not let them off. Thinking of this, countless people decided to go all out. Soon, Many experts from the Eternal Origin world charged towards the experts of the Forsaken race like madmen. Seeing this, Fekta frowned because more and more experts of the Forsaken race were dying. Of course, the deaths of those from the Eternal Origin world were even more exaggerated. Soon, the number of experts from the Eternal Origin world decreased from 100,000 to a few hundred. But less than 2,000 people from the Forsaken race had died. Just when there were only 100 or so Universe Origin world experts left, Bai Xiao suddenly said, "Save them." Li Qiu looked at Bai Xiao. "Why?" Bai Xiao said indifferently. "Apart from dealing with the enemy, we can't be too ruthless. If we are too ruthless today, who in the Eternal Origin world will dare to follow us in the future? We have to leave them a bit of hope. Moreover, the fact that these people survived means that they are not simple. They can be nurtured." As she spoke, she looked at the distant Fekta. Back then the Forsaken race was too ruthless and caused public outrage. In the end, they were besieged by everyone in the Eternal Origin world. We cannot follow their path. Leaving them a bit of hope is also leaving us a bit of hope. Chapter 2020. When the powerhouses of the 6 great clans saved them, they heaved a sigh of relief. The man in the lead suddenly looked at Bai Xiao and said excitedly, "Thank you, clan leader Bai Xiao. Thank you, clan leader Bai Xiao." The man lowered his head after saying that. At this moment he was very excited. Before he came, he knew that the 6 great clans wanted to use them as cannon fodder. But he still came. Why? Because this was an opportunity for them. Not only did he need immeasurable divine crystals, but he also needed a platform that could provide him with sufficient resources. Simply put, he hoped to be chosen by the 6 great clans. Of course, he knew that this was very risky, because the 6 great clans might not care about their lives. However, Bai Xiao's reputation in the Universe Yuan realm had always been good, so he wanted to take a gamble. It turned out that he had made the right gamble. The 100 or so people also knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Thank you, clan leader Bai Xiao." They had been in despair before, but now Bai Xiao had given them new hope. Bai Xiao glanced at the 100 or so people and pointed with a finger. A storage ring appeared in front of them. "This is the immeasurable divine crystal. Distribute it among yourselves. Go and heal your injuries." Everyone thanked him in unison and retreated. Bai Xiao turned to look at Fekta in the distance. Fekta smiled. "Good move." Bai Xiao smiled. "Miss Fekta, I've always felt that you are more suitable to be the clan leader than your sister. I'm not trying to sow discord, but I really think you are suitable, because you will consider the future of the Heaven-Forsaken tribe. But your sister will not. The Heaven-Forsaken tribe she leads only knows how to fight." Fekta shook her head. "I'm the opposite of what you think. I think my sister is more suitable to be the clan leader." Bai Xiao blinked. "I'd like to hear the details." Fekta smiled. "If my sister is the clan leader, she has the ability to unite the Heaven-Forsaken tribe. The Heaven-Forsaken tribe respects her and is willing to fight for her. I don't have that." Bai Xiao fell silent. Indeed, although Heaven Hatred was arrogant and domineering, she had the ability. Moreover, as Fekta had said, Heaven Hatred had the ability to unite the Heaven-Forsaken tribe and make them fight for her. Meanwhile, the distant Heavenly Secret said abruptly, "Miss Bai Xiao, I wonder how long Meng Chen can persist for." Bai Xiao glanced at the endless space above her head. Meng Chen was still fighting Heaven Loathsome. If Meng Chen lost and Heaven's Loathsome joined the battle, it would be a disaster for the 6 clans. Even Bai Xiao could not defend against this Heaven's malice. Bai Xiao retracted her gaze and smiled. "Lady Tianji, let's get down to business." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the distance suddenly split apart. In the next moment, 100 experts in dark golden armor walked out in unison. They were all circle breakers. Not only that, but the auras of these people were extremely dense, and their bodies were emitting extremely terrifying killing intent. This was no ordinary circle breaker. Fekta narrowed her eyes at the sight of these 100 people. The auras of these 100 people were very powerful. They were no weaker than the circle breakers of the Heaven-Forsaken race. Most importantly, there were more than 100 people. In terms of numbers, The 5 clans had completely crushed the Tian Forsaken race. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly smiled and said, Miss Tianji, do you think it's difficult? This is just the appetizer. As soon as she finished speaking, the 100 super experts charged towards the Tian Forsaken race. Fecta said calmly, Tian K. Beside her, the white-haired man Tian K suddenly said, Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 Tian K experts walked out from behind him. These 32 people charged towards the 100 people. Even though there were only 32 of them, their auras were like rainbows. They were not any weaker than the 100-strong circle breakers. Soon the two sides collided. This was a head-on clash. As soon as the two sides collided, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The physical bodies of the 12 people shattered on the spot. Among them, 9 were from the 5 clans, and only 3 were from the Tian Forsaken race. Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 clans' patriarchs darkened. These 100 people had been carefully trained by them to deal with the Tian Forsaken race. However, it seemed that these people they had trained were still slightly weaker than the Tian Forsaken race's experts. Bai Xiao watched the battle in the distance and remained silent. In the distance, Fecta frowned. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. Boom. At this moment, the unknown space-time in the sky suddenly split open. The next moment, a figure frantically retreated into a mysterious space-time abyss. This figure was Tian Vexation. Several thousand feet away from Tian Vexation stood 3 elders, 3 circle breakers, and all of them were from the inner circle. The expressions of the Tian Forsaken race experts changed when they saw this. Fecta looked at Bai Xiao. At this moment, she understood Bai Xiao's intentions. Bai Xiao's true goal was not to hold Tian Vexation back. Her true goal was to kill Tian Vexation. Tian Vexation was the core of the Tian Forsaken race. As long as Tian Vexation died, the Tian Forsaken race could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. If Tian Vexation did not die, even if all the experts of the Tian Forsaken race died, this threat would still exist. An expert from the inner circle, and one with no ties to them at that, was a great threat. Thus, Bai Xiao chose to kill Tian Vexation first. 3 experts from the inner circle. In the space-time abyss, Tian Vexation took a step forward and left the mysterious space-time abyss. She looked at Bai Xiao in the distance, and a disdainful smile appeared on her lips. You want to kill me with just 3 experts from the inner circle? Bai Xiao laughed. Of course not. That's why we've prepared a great gift for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space-time suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the space-time above Tian Vexation turned blood red. Tian Vexation narrowed her eyes. At this moment, a mysterious force suddenly locked onto Tian Vexation. Tian Vexation's aura actually started to decline bit by bit. Fecta's expression turned extremely ugly. This is an ancient taboo technique, God's Descent. God's Descent. It was an ancient taboo technique that used endless blood and evil spirits to form an array. Once the array was formed, the targeted person's strength would be suppressed. At this moment, Tian Vexation's strength was suppressed by at least 40%. In other words, Tian Vexation only had 60% of her strength. It was equivalent to her strength being suppressed by half. Fecta suddenly said, "Break the array." As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of the Tian Forsaken race behind her charged out. Bai Xiao laughed. How naive. As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of the 5 races behind her charged out in unison. The true battle had begun. At this moment, everyone on both sides had joined the battle. In the sky, Tian Vexation glanced up, and then he looked at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, you must have killed a lot of people to set up this array. Bai Xiao shook her head and smiled. I've slowly collected these fresh blood and evil spirits over the years. You know, many people die in the cosmic origin world every year. Of course, I'm not the one who kills them. I'm just nature's porter. Once they die, I collect their mindless souls and fresh blood. Of course, there wasn't much in the beginning, but as I slowly accumulated them, I've finally completed this formation over the years. Don't even think about breaking this array. With your strength, you'll naturally be able to do so. However, you'll need at least an hour, and I won't give you that time. As she said this, The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Come, invincible clan leader Tion Vexation. Let me see if you can fight 1 against 3 with 40% of your strength suppressed. The corners of Tion Vexation's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Bai Xiao, it seems like you knew that the Tion Forsaken race would make a comeback. So you set this up a long time ago. Bai Xiao nodded. Yes. Tion Vexation suddenly walked slowly towards Bai Xiao. At this moment, the 3 old men stood in front of Bai Xiao. One of them suddenly charged forward and punched at Tion Vexation. Viciousness flashed in Tion Vexation's eyes. He leaped up and punched out as well. Boom! Space-time suddenly shattered, and the old man was sent flying thousands of feet away. The other 2 old men's expressions darkened when they saw this. How could he be so terrifying when 40% of his strength was suppressed? Without further thought, the 2 of them charged at Tion Vexation as well. Soon, the 3 of them attacked Tion Vexation from all sides. At this moment, Tion Vexation was being suppressed. In the end, he was fighting 3 enemies by himself, and he'd even been suppressed by 40% of his strength. Bai Xiao glanced at Tion Vexation, and no one knew what she was thinking. Right at this moment, she suddenly turned around and saw a man standing in the distance. Yi Xian. Actually, Yi Xian had arrived here a long time ago. He wasn't interested in the matters of the Tion Forsaken race and the universe dimension. He'd come here this time because he wanted to inquire about Big Sister Nian's whereabouts from Bai Xiao. The corners of Bai Xiao's mouth curled up slightly when she saw Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, do you need something? Yi Xian glanced at the battle in the distance and said, I didn't disturb all of you, did I? Bai Xiao smiled. Not at all. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Miss Bai Xiao, I came here to ask you about something. Bai Xiao replied, What is it? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I have an older sister who is in the universe dimension, but she suddenly vanished one day, and I don't know where she is now. So I want to ask you about it. Bai Xiao frowned slightly. Suddenly vanished? Yi Xian nodded. Bai Xiao fell silent for a moment and said, How strong is your sister? Yi Xian thought for a moment and pointed at Heaven Hater in the distance. I think she's stronger than this woman. Bai Xiao's expression froze. Damn, what kind of monster is she? Any random sister is stronger than Heaven Hater? Even though she wasn't on good terms with Heaven Hater, she had to admit that Heaven Hater was indeed very strong. No one in the universe dimension was a match for her in a one-on-one battle. Bai Xiao withdrew her thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. In other words, it's impossible for her to have been erased. She disappeared on her own? Yi Xian nodded. Bai Xiao continued to ask, Do you know where she last went? Yi Xian nodded. I do. It was in that mountain range. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils suddenly constricted. She couldn't have gone to the burial well, right? Yi Xian frowned slightly. The burial well? Bai Xiao said in a low voice. That's a place that the Heaven Forsaken race once guarded, and it's a forbidden area of the Heaven Forsaken race. The Heaven Forsaken race. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Heaven Hater. He hesitated for a moment before he said, Can we stop for a moment? Bai Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she smiled and said, Of course. I can refuse to give face to anyone else, but I'll definitely give face to young Master Yi. As she spoke, she waved her right hand slightly. Young Master Yi has spoken. All of you stop for a moment. We'll continue fighting later. The 3 old men in the distance immediately stopped. The experts of the Heaven Forsaken race and the 5 alien races stopped as well. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi had spoken. Yi Xian was speechless. Please vote. Yi Xian looked at Fekta. Fekta said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, if that friend of yours really went to the burial well, then I can only say that it bodes ill rather than well for her. Yi Xian shook his head. I think that besides Qing'er and the other 2, no one can kill Sister Nian. Fekta subconsciously asked, 3? Yi Xian nodded. Qing'er, my father, and my sworn brother. The 3 of them should be about the same strength. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Fecta said in a low voice. That Qing heir is that plain-dressed woman? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Fecta looked at Yi Xian. Your father and your sworn brother are about the same strength as her? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Why? Fecta fell silent. At this moment, all she wanted to say was fuck. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly asked, Young Master Yi, may I ask, where exactly are you from? Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Even Heaven Hateful was looking at Yi Xian. She was curious as well. What exactly is this King Kaoshan's background? Yi Xian glanced at them, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Miss Bai Xiao, what I'm going to say next might not be very comfortable for all of you. Bai Xiao smiled. Don't worry. Our endurance isn't bad. Yi Xian nodded. Then he said, With all due respect, all of you here are ants. The expressions of everyone here froze. Bai Xiao's smile gradually froze as well. Yi Xian gazed at Bai Xiao. You aren't angry, right? Bai Xiao's smile was slightly awkward. You continue. Yi Xian nodded. Everyone, do all of you think that the alternate world is really the center of the universe? Do all of you know how huge the universe is? All of them fell silent. How huge was the universe? No one knew the answer. Bai Xiao gazed at Yi Xian. Does young master Yi know? Yi Xian said in his heart, no my ass. Of course he wouldn't say that. He glanced at all of them. In the end he looked at Heaven Hateful. Miss Heaven Hateful, do you know? Heaven Hateful gazed coldly at Yi Xian. I don't know. Do you? Yi Xian nodded. Heaven Hateful frowned slightly. How big is it? Yi Xian said seriously. Infinitely big. Heaven Hateful's expression froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. Motherfucker. How is that possible? Infinitely big. Isn't this bullshaster's tea? Heaven Hateful stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Do you think we're very fun? Bai Xiao felt a headache coming on as well. Young Master Yi, say something useful. Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss Bai Xiao, to tell you the truth, I come from a universe with a higher civilization. Bai Xiao said in a low voice. What universe? Yi Xian said in his heart. Xiaota, think of a universe. Xiaota said in a low voice. Young master, you can pretend. I won't pretend. Yi Xian's face darkened. You've been with Dad for a long time. You're more knowledgeable. Think of a universe that can fool them. It has to be the awesome kind. After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, The primal universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiaota said, People from the Milky Way said that the universe was born from the Big Bang. The primal universe is the starting point of the Big Bang. To put it simply, it's the place where the universe first formed. It can be said that it's the starting point of all universes and star zones. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Is the universe really born from the Big Bang? Xiaota said indifferently. Who knows? Maybe the universe was blindly played around by someone. Just like humans. If a human squeezes a big ball, and an ant encounters it, wouldn't it study it for several lifetimes? If a human squeezes a few more big balls, do you think the ant can study it clearly? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Are we so lowly in the universe? Xiaota said. What else can we do? Young master, you have to understand something. Even now, we still don't know how big the universe is. We don't know how the universe was formed. You cultivators study the essence every day. The essence of the great Tao, the essence of all things. But they have never thought about how this essence was formed. What is the essence of the essence? How did the essence at the beginning come about? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, Xiaota, what level do you think Qing is in this vast universe? Xiaota was silent. Yi Xian asked again. If we are all ants, then Qing Xiaota sighed in a low voice. Young master, it's wrong for you to think like this. Your starting point is wrong. Do you understand? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiaota said. Can you not put you on the same level as Sister Qing? Ask yourself, are you on the same level as Sister Qing? Young master, it's not that Xiaota wants to criticize you. But sometimes you can't stop pretending. No, sometimes you even believe it. If there is a God in this world, then I only believe in one God. And that is the mandate of heaven. The eternal God in my heart, Xiaota's heart. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time Bai Xiao suddenly said, Young Master Yi? With Yi Xian's current strength, it was naturally impossible for them to hear the conversation between Yi Xian and Xiao Ta. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and smiled. The primal universe. Bai Xiao frowned slightly. The primal universe? Yi Xian nodded. Do all of you know how the universe was born? The universe was actually born from the Big Bang. After the Big Bang occurred, countless regions of stars were born, and life was born in these regions after countless years. Heaven Hater suddenly said, The Big Bang? What was the universe before the Big Bang? All of them gazed at Yi Xian. Obviously, they were very curious about this as well. Yi Xian smiled. The universe before the Big Bang was an expanse of chaos. Heaven Hater stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Then why did this expanse of chaos explode? Yi Xian said, I split it open. All of them were speechless. Xiao Ta was speechless. The expressions of everyone here had become extremely strange. That fellow split it open. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Heaven Hater, let's not discuss this. Now can you tell me about the burial well? Heaven Hater remained expressionless and didn't speak. Fekta spoke solemnly. Young Master Yi, the burial well was a forbidden area of my heaven-forsaken race all those years ago. Actually, even my heaven-forsaken race doesn't know exactly what's in there. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Even all of you don't know? Fekta nodded. We only know that something is sealed there, but we don't know exactly what it is. Big Sister went down there all those years ago, but she didn't go deep. Yi Xian gazed at Heaven Hater. Heaven Hater fell silent for a moment before he said, I can only tell you that if she really went down there, and went deep, then she would have absolutely no chance of survival. Don't try to talk to me about how strong she is. Let me ask you, is she stronger than that woman in a plain dress? Yi Xian shook his head. Heaven Hater said coldly, Since she isn't as strong as that woman in a plain dress, then she'll die without a doubt. At this moment Bai Xiao suddenly asked, Heaven Hater, what exactly is in the burial well? Heaven Hater glanced coldly at Bai Xiao. What's in the burial well? Do I know you that well? Bai Xiao, everyone. Chapter 2022. Bai Xiao wasn't angry. She smiled faintly. Heaven Hater, watch your manners. You're the patriarch of a clan. Heaven Hater looked at Bai Xiao coldly. Remember, I'm not familiar with you, understand? As she spoke, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you have anything else? If not, we're going to fight. Yi Xian asked. Where's the burial well? Heaven Hater pointed with a finger, and a white light entered Yi Xian's forehead. A moment later, Yi Xian turned and left. At this moment Fekta suddenly said, Young Master Yi, are you really going? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Fekta hesitated and then said, Young Master Yi, that place is very dangerous. Yi Xian was about to speak when Heaven Hater suddenly said, What's dangerous? He's the Reliance King. Once he goes, he might be able to kill those bastards down there. Everyone. Yi Xian glanced at Heaven Hater and then at Bai Xiao. Miss Bai Xiao, if I die there, remember to tell my sister that Heaven Hater asked me to go. Bai Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she nodded. All right. At the side, Heaven Hater stared at Yi Xian. What's wrong with you? Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. He turned and left on his sword. On the spot. Heaven Hater's expression was slightly ugly. Bai Xiao suddenly said, Patriarch Heaven Hater, do we still fight? Heaven Hater said angrily, You stupid woman. Do you know that if he dies there, that woman will destroy the entire universe origin world? Bai Xiao frowned slightly. No way. Heaven Hater's expression was extremely ugly. No way? If he dies there, that woman will definitely kill him with her sword. With her strength, once she attacks the universe origin world, everyone here will die. Why are you still laughing here? You look like a retard to me. Bai Xiao said in a low voice. You asked him to go. Heaven Hater said angrily. I didn't know he would really go. Damn, doesn't this guy have any sense of danger? Didn't he know how strong he was? I've already told him that it would be dangerous for me to go down. Yet he still wants to go. Damn it, are all those with backing so unscrupulous? Bai Xiao. Heaven's Hateful's face turned ugly. If Yi Xian really died there, that woman would definitely not let the heaven-forsaken race off. much less the entire eternal origin world. Not only Tianhou, but Bai Zhao's expression also turned ugly. She had never met the plain-dressed lady before. However, from Heaven's Loathsome's expression, she knew that Heaven's Loathsome was not lying. If Yi Xian died there, that mysterious woman might really destroy the entire universe origin world. Meanwhile, Fecta suddenly said, "Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look." The expressions of both sides had become strange. Was he not going to fight? Heaven Hater's face was livid. No one knew what he was thinking. She really wanted Yi Xian to die in that well. However, if this fellow really died there, that woman would never let the Heaven-Forsaken clan off. Thinking to this point, Heaven's Malice said, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Fecta and the other Circle Maker experts immediately followed after her. One of the Circle Maker experts by Bai Zhao's side spoke in a low voice. "What should we do now?" Bai Zhao replied, "Let's go and have a look." The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Is that young man's life really that important?" Bai Zhao glanced at the old man. "Didn't you see that Heaven Hateful is panicking? Do you think something that can make that woman panic is a trivial matter?" As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. The old man sighed softly. "What's going on? A battle of life and death can't be stopped just like that." The experts of the 5 races were speechless as well. The Heaven-Forsaken race. After Bai Zhao and the others drove the members of the Heaven-Forsaken race away, they hadn't destroyed the entire race. Of course, it wasn't out of kindness. It was because of the burial well. The 6 races had been extremely fearful of that mysterious and terrifying place. At this moment, the territory of the Heaven-Forsaken race was very desolate and overgrown with weeds. After he arrived at the Heaven-Forsaken race, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Needless to say, even though this place was desolate, he could still vaguely sense the glory of the Heaven-Forsaken race from the collapsed buildings. The invincible Heaven-Forsaken race. All those years ago, everyone in Eternal Origin World had joined forces to drive this race out. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to look into the distance. He walked towards that direction, and it didn't take long for him to see a well on a square. The well wasn't very large, and the ground around it was covered in all sorts of strange blood-red runes. Moreover, the well was tightly locked by 4 blood-red chains. Yi Xian glanced at the well and said softly, "Could another peerless big shot be sealed at the bottom of the well? And it's even a woman, right?" Xiaota was speechless. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He walked towards the well. As he got closer and closer to the well, a trace of uneasiness actually rose in his heart. When this trace of uneasiness arose, Yi Xian frowned. This place wasn't simple. Yi Xian said in his heart, "Xiaota, do you feel any danger?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "Not yet." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Even I feel danger. You still haven't felt it?" Xiaota thought for a moment, then said, "Usually when I feel danger, both of us are already dead." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said, "Young master, why don't we bring Sister Tianming here another day? With Sister Tianming around, mystic realms and big shots are all fleeting clouds." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is Qing'er interested in these things?" Xiaota said, "That's true. Sister Tianming wouldn't be interested in these things. Young master, when will you become invincible? I've been with you for so long, and you're still a little brother. You're not worried, but I am. You have to work harder." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiaota, do you want me to throw you down to scout the way?" Yi Xian jumped up. "Young master, are you even human?" Yi Xian said with a straight face, "You are Destiny's Tower. Who are you afraid of?" Xiaota said in a deep voice, "Young master, although I was modified by Sister Tianming, she only modified my functions. She didn't change my power. The next time you see her, can you ask her to make me stronger?" Yi Xian frowned. "Aren't you practicing on your own?" Xiaota was silent for a while, then said, "After following you, I realized that sometimes hard work is meaningless. If I can rely on it, I'll rely on it." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the chains of the well in the distance suddenly trembled. Yi Xian's face changed. He looked at the well and said, "Is there something down there that's waving at us?" Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, "Let's go check it out." Yi Xian nodded. "I'll listen to you." After that, he walked toward the mouth of the well. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian's face looked serious. The closer he got to the mouth of the well, the more uneasy he felt. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach the mouth of the well, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far away, a woman was walking toward him. It was Tianyan. Yi Xian frowned. "Miss Tianyan, you." Tianyan walked over to Yi Xian. "Do you know what's sealed inside?" Yi Xian shook his head. Tianyan said in a low voice, "A very terrifying existence is sealed inside. I was almost killed when I went down all those years ago. I was already in the inner circle at that time. If you go down there, you'll definitely die." Yi Xian glanced at the mouth of the well and said, "What exactly is inside?" Tianyan shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned. "Isn't the Heaven-Forsaken clan in charge of sealing this well?" Tianyan looked at Yi Xian. "The Heaven-Forsaken clan is the oldest clan in this world. However, this well is even older than us. Moreover, our ancestors didn't have any records about this well. I don't know much more about this well than you do." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he walked over to the well. He bent down and looked down. It was pitch black down there, and he couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, Tianyan suddenly said, "If you really want to go down there, then I'll give you a suggestion. Take that invincible younger sister of yours down there. She can protect your life if she goes with you." Qing. Yi Xian fell silent. "Do I have to go to the Milky Way galaxy and ask for Qing? Suddenly the well started trembling. A moment later, the runes on the ground actually emanated a strange red glow. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He gazed at Tianyan, and Tianyan's beautiful brows were knit together as well. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, "What's going on?" Tianyan glanced at Yi Xian. "I don't know." Yi Xian was about to speak when a sword howl suddenly resounded from deep within the well. It was a sword howl. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he heard this sword howl. It's Sister Nian's sword. Yi Xian was about to charge into the well when Tianyan stopped him. She gazed at Yi Xian. "You'll die without a doubt if you go down there." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Sister Nian is down there." Tianyan said, "She's down there, and she's still alive. This proves that she has the ability to protect herself. With your current strength, you'll only be a burden to her if you go down there." Yi Xian fell silent. At this time, the entire well suddenly trembled violently, and gradually, those blood-red runes suddenly erupted with a terrifying power. Tianyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she suddenly pressed her right hand forward. Bang! All the strange energy was suppressed by her. At this moment, the chains at the entrance of the well suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, a powerful force gushed out from the well. In an instant, the entire ruins of the Heaven-Forsaken clan started to crumble and collapse. Tianyan led Yi Xian back. After they retreated for a few hundred meters, a blood-red beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from the well, and shot into the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was dyed a strange blood red. It was the entire starry sky. Tianyan's expression turned extremely solemn when she saw this. It seems like the seal is about to be lifted. At this moment, a sword howl resounded from within the well, but it only lasted for a moment. At the same time, Sister Nian's voice suddenly resounded from within the well. "Little fellow, hurry up and find Tianming." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. I beg for votes every day. Don't you guys get annoying? Chapter 2023. Find Tianming. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard that. Things were getting serious. The mouth of the well suddenly split open, and a woman floated out. It was Mu Nianyan. Mu Nianyan was holding a sword in her hand, and her expression was grave. Countless blood-red threads were entwined around her, and she seemed to be trapped. Mu Nianyan looked at Yi Xian as soon as she came out. "Let's go." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew to Mu Nianyan. "Sister Nian, use my sword." Mu Nianyan shook her head. "This sword is only suitable for you." "Suitable?" Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that Sister Nian had her own sword Daoan sword. Although the green profound sword was powerful, it was not suitable for her. Mu Niannian turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Kid, if you don't run now, it'll be too late. Yi Xian said seriously. With Sister Nian here, I'm not afraid of anything. Mu Niannian was taken aback. And then she laughed. Kid, just wait to be beaten. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled slightly, and soon, a black-robed man slowly floated out of the well. The man wore a long black robe, and there was a strange swastika between his eyebrows. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Tian Yan's expression turned serious when he saw the man. The black-robed man closed his eyes slowly, and he took a deep breath greedily. He seemed to be intoxicated. As if remembering something, he suddenly looked at Mu Niannian, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you in the future. I'm a little surprised. Mu Niannian smiled. You're not sealed. The black-robed man's mouth curled up in disdain. Sealed? Who in this world can seal me? Who can? Mu Niannian smiled and said nothing. Heaven's Malice suddenly said, Then why have you been trapped there for so many years? The black-robed man turned to look at Heaven Loathsome. Trapped? Ridiculous. Heavenly Auntie frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Big Sister Nian spoke abruptly. He isn't trapped. He's staying down there by himself. Heaven's Loathsome was puzzled. Why would he do that? Mu Niannian looked at the black-robed man and said with a smile, If he's not sealed, then there's only one other possibility. He's sleeping down there and waiting for something. What were they waiting for? Heaven's Loathsome frowned again. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly looked around, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The vitality of this universe has recovered. Mu Niannian looked at the black-robed man. Your goal is the life energy of this universe. Wrong. The black-robed man laughed. My goal is everything in this universe. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a light breath. This breath caused the heavens and the earth to turn illusory, and it didn't take long for all the spirit energy in the surroundings to vanish without a trace. Moreover, countless trees in the surroundings actually started to wither and slowly turn into ash. Heaven's Malice's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. You want to absorb this universe? The black-robed man glanced at Heaven's Malice. Can't I? Heaven's Malice clenched his right fist slowly. The black-robed man laughed. You're from the Forsaken race. Do you know how your ancestor died? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I crushed his head with my own 2 hands. Of course, only you could fight the Forsaken race back then. The Forsaken race might be able to fight, but the other races are no different from ants. Heaven's Malice spoke in a low voice. Why is there no record of you in the Forsaken race? The black-robed man laughed. Because I killed the first batch of experts from the Forsaken race. Heaven's Malice stared at the black-robed man. Why didn't you kill them all? Beside him, Mu Niannian said softly. He was raising this universe and the living beings in this universe. If I'm not wrong, all the life energy in this universe should have been devoured by him. That includes the many living beings in this universe. However, he didn't go to the extreme and left a chance for this universe to survive. Then, he slept in the well and waited for this universe to recover. Then he would devour it again. He was raising this universe and the countless living beings like pigs. Every once in a while, he would come out and devour them. Then, he would sleep to digest them and wait for the next time. The black-robed man looked at Mu Niannian. How did you know? Mu Niannian laughed. I guessed. The black-robed man laughed. You guessed right. As he spoke, he sized up Mu Niannian, his eyes flashing with excitement. Your vitality and spirit will definitely be greatly nourished. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, all the space-time in the field became illusory. A blur shuttled through the space-time. The blur was clearly very fast, but it also felt very slow. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw this. Time was different. At this moment, the black-robed man and the space-time where Sister Nian was in were completely different. The black-robed man had used a special technique similar to Xiao Ta's inner space. He wanted to kill Sister Nian with time. Heaven's Malice's expression also turned serious. Bai Xiao and the others who had rushed over also had extremely serious expressions. They had heard the black-robed man's words. The black-robed man's target was the entire universe Yuan realm. He was even more ruthless than the Forsaken race. After all, the Forsaken race had never thought of destroying the universe Yuan realm. In the distance, Mu Nianyan suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and floated over like a snowflake. He was very light. The next moment, a sword light suddenly erupted. Bang! The blur was forced to a stop by this sword light. Meanwhile, the blur suddenly vanished. Sister Nian slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, countless sword lights suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and the sound of something tearing resounded incessantly in that area of space-time. Bang! Suddenly, that area of space-time exploded and transformed into a pitch-black vortex. Mu Nianyan and the black-robed man retreated explosively at the same time, and then both of them stopped at practically the exact same moment. As soon as they stopped, some remnant swords of energy appeared around Mu Nianyan. The corners of Mu Nianyan's mouth curled up slightly. Go! As soon as she finished speaking, the swords of energy around her suddenly vanished. In the distance, the black-robed man opened his palm and pressed it forward lightly. In an instant, a black vortex appeared at the center of his palm. When the swords of energy arrived in front of him, they were completely absorbed by the black vortex. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly stabbed towards him. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He suddenly slapped his right hand forward, and the black vortex suddenly erupted. Bang! Along with a world-shaking explosion, the expanse of space-time here was transformed into ash. A moment later, rays of light shot towards the surroundings from within that unknown and mysterious expanse of space-time. At the same time, Mu Nianyan was blasted back into a space-time abyss. She just stopped moving, and then she pointed her fingers up into the sky and swiped them lightly. Hiss! A sword suddenly slashed down from the sky. Bang! The black-robed man was instantly blasted back into a space-time abyss. Yi Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem. Sister Nian and the black-robed man were above space-time, but they were still fighting within space-time. What did that mean? Meanwhile, Heavenly Agony spoke abruptly. King Kaoshan, something's off. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Heavenly Agony gazed at the black-robed man. He's very strong, but your older sister isn't inferior to him at all. However, she asked you to go look for that woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he heard this. Damn it! Something's off. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying and formidable aura erupted from within the pitch-black well. A moment later, a woman floated out slowly from within it. Her long hair hung loosely on her shoulders, and just like the black-robed man, there was a strange swastika character on the center of her forehead. She wasn't alone. The expressions of Heavenly Agony and the others had become unsightly. Meanwhile, a little girl suddenly walked out from within the well. The little girl had a small braid, and she was holding an eyeless doll in her arms. Another one. Heavenly Agony and Bai Zhao's expressions became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. There was a total of 3. The long-haired woman glanced at the black-robed man and Mu Nianyan, and her expression was icy cold. The little girl glanced at Mu Nianyan and grinned. That skin isn't bad. It can be used to add clothes to my doll. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Mu Nianyan's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and then she suddenly turned around and swung her sword down. Bang! As the sword slashed down, the little girl was instantly pushed back. The little girl's face instantly warped when she was blasted back. However, she didn't continue attacking Mu Nianyan, and she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian instead. Then I'll use your skin to make it. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What's wrong with her? You can't defeat someone formidable, so you come to attack me? Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. He immediately charged forward and swung his sword. Bang! As an expanse of light was blasted apart, Yi Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers back. On the other hand, the little girl was stunned, because the doll in her hand had been slashed into 2 by Yi Xian. The long-haired woman frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. The little girl gazed at the doll in her hand, while she seemed as if she'd lost her soul. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her head to look at Yi Xian with scarlet-red eyes. Ah! As she spoke, she leaped up and pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell are you shouting for? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a ray of light tore through the surroundings. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly exploded, and then Yi Xian was blasted back explosively. After he stopped moving, Yi Xian suddenly frowned, because he still felt that something was off. Even though the three of them possessed extremely terrifying strength, they weren't terrifying enough to make Qing show herself, right? Could Big Sister Nian be joking with me? When he thought up to here, Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Mu Nian. Meanwhile, a strand of uneasiness suddenly arose from the depths of his heart. Chapter 2024. Big Sister Nian would definitely not joke around with me. In other words, there's definitely a huge problem. Suddenly, the little girl charged at him once more, and the expanse of space he resided in started burning. Yi Xian gazed at her as he closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, the blood within him started boiling. The energy of his bloodline. When the little girl arrived in front of Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed, and a blood-red ray of light swept forward. Bang! The little girl was forcefully pushed back tens of thousands of feet by this strike. This time, the little girl was slightly stunned when she stopped, because there was a deep injury on her arm. Suddenly, the black-robed man and Mu Nian stopped abruptly. After she stopped, Mu Nian turned around to glance at the well, and then she frowned slightly. Yi Xian was about to speak when Mu Nian spoke abruptly. All of you leave first. Leave. Yi Xian gazed at Mu Nian, and Mu Nian smiled. Listen to me. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Bai Xiao and Heaven Hateful. Let's go first. Right when they were about to leave, a voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the well. Leave? The voice resounded like a bell and shook the world. The expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed drastically. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the mouth of the well. At this moment, the mouth of the well suddenly split open completely, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly. Bai Xiao and Heaven Hateful's expressions changed drastically when they saw the middle-aged man. Danger! That was what they felt at this moment. The middle-aged man had the shape of a character between his brows as well, but it was blood-red. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended onto Mu Nian in the end. He grinned when he saw Mu Nian. I never expected that an expert like you would actually appear in the future. In the distance, Mu Nian smiled and said, What's your name? The middle-aged man laughed. They used to call me Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor. Mu Nian nodded and said with a smile, There are still many experts in this world. Ancient Emperor looked at Mu Nian. You're not bad. I'm still lacking a servant. If you're willing, you can submit to me. Mu Nian blinked. You think too much. The Ancient Emperor laughed. Then die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and the space around Mu Nian instantly became illusory. In the next moment, the space around Mu Nian had transformed into a blood-red space. Mu Nian's eyes narrowed. She suddenly drew her sword and slashed. T. As the sword slashed down, the blood-red space trembled, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Mu Nian's brows furrowed slightly when he saw this. At this time, the green Xian sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared, and the green Xian sword slashed at the blood-red space. Chi! The blood-red space trembled slightly, and then was directly cut apart. It was still able to ignore the blood-red space. At the side, Ancient Emperor trembled slightly. In the next instant, his right hand made a grabbing motion, and the green Xian sword was enveloped by a powerful force. In the next instant, the green Xian sword appeared in Ancient Emperor's hand. Yi Xian was shocked. He wanted to recall the green Xian sword, but he was shocked to find that he could no longer feel the green Xian sword. Ancient Emperor looked at the green Xian sword in his hand and smiled. Good sword. Especially the tip of the sword. It is the sharpest sword in the world. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Interesting. Yi Xian said solemnly. Sir, we have no grudge. Ancient Emperor suddenly shook his head. Indeed, we had no grudge before. But now we do. We have waited for so long. And now that this universe has finally recovered, we will not let it go. Of course, there are also you living beings. Yi Xian was silent. Devouring the universe. Ancient Emperor and the others specialized in devouring the universe and living beings to strengthen themselves. This was a unique cultivation method, rearing the entire universe like pigs. At this time, the little girl suddenly said, Master, I want to tear him to pieces. As she spoke, she rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not make a move immediately. When the little girl rushed to Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, a wave of sword light engulfed him and the little girl. Core sword field. In an instant, Yi Xian and the little girl found themselves in a mysterious space-time abyss. Countless sword chi tore through them. The little girl punched at Yi Xian, and this punch blocked all the sword chi. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He leaped with the sword and slashed down. Boom! The little girl was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. At this time, the long-haired girl suddenly disappeared from her spot. In the instant that the long-haired girl disappeared, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. Within his body, countless sword chi suddenly flew out. At this time a finger pointed. Boom! The wave of sword light shattered. And in the next instant, the finger pointed directly at Yi Xian's chest. Rumble! Yi Xian was sent flying. When he stopped, there was a small goo mark on his chest. The long-haired girl looked at Yi Xian. Have a taste of death. As she spoke, the goo mark suddenly wriggled. In the next instant, Yi Xian's eyes widened. He realized that the goo had entered his blood vessels and was devouring his blood. After the goo devoured a drop of his blood, the goo seemed to have encountered something terrifying. It began to wriggle wildly, trying to escape from Yi Xian's body. But it was too late. Boom! The goo was devoured by Yi Xian's blood. In the next moment, terrifying energy erupted from the goo, and all of it was absorbed by Yi Xian's blood. At the same time his blood started to boil, and his aura skyrocketed. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of that. Were they here to give him tonics? In the distance the long-haired girl frowned. How is that possible? The ancient emperor chuckled. This person's bloodline is very special. Your goo can't devour his blood. The long-haired girl said solemnly. That shouldn't be. The ancient emperor laughed. It's quite unbelievable indeed. Even I've never seen such bloodline power. The long-haired girl looked at Yi Xian. He's mine. The little girl suddenly raged. He's mine. The long-haired girl glanced at the little girl. You can have his skin, and I'll have his blood. How about that? The little girl thought about it and said, All right. Meanwhile, Heaven Loathsome suddenly said, Aren't all of you not giving King Kaoshan face? The long-haired girl looked at Heaven Loathsome, and he said indifferently, Don't say I didn't warn all of you. King Kaoshan isn't an ordinary person. A mocking smile curled up the corners of the long-haired girl's mouth. Do you think we're ordinary? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward and pointed a finger at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaped up and slashed down with his sword, and it struck the long-haired girl's finger. Bang! The sword shattered, and Yi Xian was sent flying several tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he came to a stop, an afterimage flashed across the battlefield. If this afterimage had said that it would last, time and space would have been forcefully torn apart and shattered. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and the blood within him started to boil. A blood-red sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A sword condensed from his own blood. Blood is a sword. Yi Xian sheathed the blood-red sword and drew it swiftly. Hiss! As soon as he drew it, the space in the surroundings actually exploded apart. Bang! As Yi Xian's sword descended, the long-haired woman was directly pushed back by his sword, and she was pushed back tens of thousands of meters. As soon as she stopped moving, she fell directly into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss, and there were close to 100 strands of blood-red sword chi on her body. It was an extremely shocking sight. Heaven Loathsome and Bai Zhao's expressions became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's battle prowess was a little exaggerated. Even though he wasn't a member of the Circle of Masters, ordinary members of the Circle of Masters weren't a match for him. Not to mention members of the Circle of Masters. Even some members of the Circle of Masters might not be a match for him. Meanwhile, Bai Zhao suddenly said, "Heaven Loathsome, what do you think?" Heaven Loathsome glanced at Bai Zhao. "What do you mean?" Bai Zhao smiled and said, "You can't be thinking that their targets are just this King Kaoshan and that sword cultivator woman, right?" Heaven Loathsome frowned slightly. Bai Zhao gazed at Heaven Loathsome. "What do you think will happen if King Kaoshan and the swordsman leave?" Heaven Loathsome was silent. The ancient emperor and the others were targeting the eternal origin realm. If Yi Xian and the swordsman left, they would undoubtedly be the next targets of the ancient emperor and the others. Bai Zhao said plainly, "Now we are watching him get beaten up. Later on, he might be the one watching us get beaten up. Because he isn't from the eternal origin realm and has no kin here. He can completely ignore this place. But we can't. This is our home, isn't it? Moreover, your heaven-forsaken tribe was destroyed by these guys back then. Do you think they will let your heaven-forsaken tribe off?" Heaven Loathsome was expressionless and didn't speak. From afar, the long-haired girl suddenly lifted her head and looked at Yi Xian. "You make me very angry." Yi Xian grinned. "If you want to fight, then fight. Can you stop acting tough in front of me?" As he spoke, he charged out. As he charged, a sea of blood light swept across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire sky was turned into a sea of blood. Bloodline power. From afar, the long-haired girl's eyes flashed with savagery. She suddenly opened her right hand, and a long blade appeared in it. In the next instant, she gripped the hilt with both hands, charged forward and slashed down. Break. The blade fell, and the heavens and earth shook. Boom. The sea of blood was torn apart. Immediately after, a sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was sent flying. However, the long blade in the long-haired girl's hand was also reduced to ashes. Not only that, but her right arm was also sliced off by Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian didn't fare any better. His body was split open, and there was a deep cut on his chest. His organs were visible. Both sides were injured. At this critical moment, the girl in the distance suddenly charged at Yi Xian. Obviously, she wanted to snatch the kill. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he saw her charge at him, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Heaven Loathsome suddenly obstructed the young girl's path. The young girl gazed coldly at Heaven Loathsome. "Fuck off." Heaven Loathsome suddenly vanished on the spot. A moment later, the young girl's pupils constricted, and she swiftly raised her arms to block. Bang! The young girl was blasted flying by a single punch from Heaven Loathsome. Heaven Loathsome was just about to follow up with another attack, when she seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around and pressed her right hand down. The expanse of space before her instantly started to seethe. Bang! A blood-red spike suddenly stabbed towards her. In the next moment, it pierced through that expanse of space, and then it shot straight into Heaven Loathsome's right hand. Bang! Heaven Loathsome was pushed over 30 kilometers back, and then the spike nailed her to an expanse of space. She'd defeated Heaven Loathsome with a single move. Bai Zhao suddenly said, "I surrender." Chapter 2025. Surrender. Bai Zhao had wanted to join forces with Yi Xian, Heaven Gloom, and the others to fight against the ancient emperor and the others. But when the ancient emperor attacked, she lost all hope. How terrifying was Heaven Gloom! But he could not even take a single blow from the ancient emperor. Continuing to resist was just a pointless sacrifice. As for the woman in the plain dress behind Yi Xian, the woman in the plain dress could defeat Heaven Gloom, and the ancient emperor could defeat Heaven Gloom. Their strength should be on par. But her intuition told her that the ancient emperor was stronger than the woman in the plain dress. Why? Because the ancient emperor controlled the green Xian sword. The green Xian sword had been forged by the woman in the plain dress, and it could be controlled by the ancient emperor. The difference in their strength was obvious. Besides, The ancient emperor had not shown his true strength yet. He had defeated Heaven Gloom with a casual blow. A casual blow could defeat the powerful Heaven Gloom. What was there to play? In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at Bai Xiao. He had to admit he was a little surprised. In his view, the one most likely to surrender was Heaven Gloom. After all, Heaven Gloom was at odds with him, and had no choice but to kill him. But he had not expected Heaven Gloom to not surrender. Not only did he not surrender, but he even helped him. And Bai Xiao had surrendered. Sometimes life was like this. The way things developed was completely different from what one had imagined. From the side, the ancient emperor looked at Bai Xiao, his lips curling. Surrender. Bai Xiao nodded. The ancient emperor smiled. Why should I accept your surrender? Bai Xiao smiled and said, from what you said just now, I know that you'll leave some people alive, so that this universe can flourish. In other words, you won't completely exterminate all the living beings in this universe, right? The ancient emperor nodded. Yes. Bai Xiao looked at the ancient emperor. Then I want to live. And of course, my people. The ancient emperor looked at Bai Xiao. Why should I let you live? Give me a reason. Bai Xiao smiled. My death will do you no good. My life can save you a lot of trouble. After all, I understand this universe better. The ancient emperor looked at Bai Xiao for a long time, then smiled. I accept your surrender. Do you know why I accept your surrender? Bai Xiao shook her head. The ancient emperor smiled. Because you are a smart person. I like smart people. Bai Xiao was silent. Ancient emperor turned to look at Mu Ninian, who was still trapped. Miss, if you are willing to surrender, I will not kill you. Mu Ninian looked at the ancient emperor and smiled. I don't like to surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward. And then she tapped the blood-red expanse of space in front of her. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the blood-red space-time directly turned into nothingness. Surprise flashed in the ancient emperor's eyes. You're really something. Seems like I've underestimated you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. And then he smashed his fist towards Mu Ninian. This punch caused the space in front of Mu Ninian to warp and be destroyed. In the distance, Mu Ninian suddenly opened her palm, and countless strands of sword chi surged out from her palm. In an instant, the space around her was covered by countless strands of sword chi. Boom! Countless strands of sword chi twisted and contorted at this moment. However, those strands of sword chi blocked all the power of the ancient emperor's punch. The ancient emperor frowned. In the next instant he punched again. Boom! All the strands of sword chi shattered, and at this moment, Mu Ninian appeared beside Yi Xian. The ancient emperor looked at Mu Ninian. I've still underestimated you. Mu Ninian turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you want to leave first? Yi Xian said solemnly. Are you going to stay and beat them up? Mu Ninian smiled. This person is very strong. Until now he has not shown his true strength. I'm not confident that I can beat him. Moreover, the black-robed man beside him is also very strong. Both of them are not people that you can handle right now. Yi Xian looked at Mu Ninian. I won't let you stay here alone. Once Sister Nian had died because of him. He had sworn that he would never let Sister Nian be hurt because of him again. Never. Mu Ninian smiled faintly. Sister Nian is not your Qing'er. Anyone can kill her in an instant. I dare not guarantee that I can protect you. Yi Xian smiled. I will face it with you. I will not be a burden to you now, will I? Mu Ninian looked at Yi Xian for a long time, and then smiled. You've grown up. At this moment, Heaven Loathsome's right hand suddenly gripped the spike. In the next instant she pulled it out. Everyone looked at Heaven Loathsome. Heaven Loathsome's expression was ferocious. She looked up at the distant ancient emperor. Again. As soon as she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned a strange pure white. In the next moment, she leaped up and shot forward in a beam of white light. Boom! In an instant, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li boiled. Yi Xian's eyelid twitched when he saw this. Damn, this woman is fierce. In the distance, ancient emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. You actually awakened the white eye. Interesting. As soon as he spoke, he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Boom! The beam of white light was stopped by his finger. At this moment Heaven Loathsome, who was within the white light, suddenly stabbed down with the ancient spear in her hand. Psst! This stab caused a sharp tearing sound to suddenly resound. Ancient Emperor's fingers suddenly clamped down on the ancient spear. Heaven Loathsome's eyes flashed, and she twisted her right hand. Boom! In an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of li started to burn. As for Ancient Emperor, he was as solid as a rock. He didn't budge at all. At this time, Ancient Emperor's two fingers tightened slightly. Boom! The ancient spear shattered, and Heaven Loathsome was sent flying. When she was a few hundred jong away, a hand caught her. It was Moon Yinyan's hand. Heaven Loathsome looked at Moon Yinyan, but didn't speak. Moon Yinyan looked at Ancient Emperor in the distance and smiled. I think you must be very lonely. The loneliness of invincibility. Am I right? Ancient Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. I have to say that I really admire you. You are not only strong, but your wisdom is unparalleled as well. Moon Yinyan smiled. I know someone. He is very strong. I think he can bring you excitement. Ancient Emperor smiled. Is that so? Moon Yinyan nodded. Yes. Ancient Emperor looked at Moon Yinyan. Then I must meet him. Moon Yinyan smiled. I will take you to him. Ancient Emperor smiled. Then I will trouble you. At this time, Bai Xiao suddenly said, Sir, this person might be up to no good. Moon Yinyan looked at Bai Xiao and smiled. Miss, you are smart, and you know how to pick sides. But miss, you do not understand this Ancient Emperor's mind. For an expert of his level, defeat is more than he can ask for. Bai Xiao looked at Moon Yinyan but didn't speak. From the side, Ancient Emperor smiled. Miss, you are right. In these years, I have roamed a few universes, but I have not found an opponent. If someone can defeat me, it will not be a bad thing for me. Moon Yinyan smiled. Then let's go. After saying this, she grabbed Yi Xian's hand and turned to leave. As though thinking of something, Moon Yinyan turned to Heaven Loathsome. Miss Heaven Loathsome, you come too. Heaven Loathsome pondered for a moment then followed. From afar, Ancient Emperor smiled, then followed Yi Xian and Moon Yinyan with his people. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment then followed. Was the woman in the plain dress really stronger than Ancient Emperor? She didn't know. She only knew that she had no way out. The choice just now was a bet that Ancient Emperor was stronger than the woman in the plain dress. If she won the bet, then she and the Divine Wilderness tribe could survive. Not only that, but they would also be the only tribe in the universe origin realm that could survive. At that time, the entire universe origin realm would belong to the Divine Wilderness tribe. And if she lost the bet, Bai Xiao didn't continue thinking about this problem. From afar, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Sister Nian, are we going to the Milky Way? Moon Yinyan turned to look at Yi Xian. Why are we going to the Milky Way? Yi Xian said solemnly, Aren't we going to find Qing'er? Moon Yinyan shook her head. Not going. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then who are we going to find? Is it Dad? Or Big Brother? But do you know where they are? Moon Yinyan shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. If they weren't looking for Qing'er, or Dad or Big Brother, then who was Sister Nian going to find? Who else could kill Ancient Emperor? At this moment, Moon Yinyan suddenly laughed. Don't think too much. You will know soon enough. From the side, Heaven Loathsome suddenly said, Sir, you don't seem to be weaker than Ancient Emperor. Moon Yinyan laughed. You think too little of him. Heaven Loathsome frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian also looked curiously at Moon Yinyan. Actually, he could feel that Sister Nian was not weaker than Ancient Emperor. But she had no intention of fighting him. At this moment, Moon Yinyan suddenly said, It's normal that you can't tell. After all, his current strength is far beyond the scope of this universe Yuan realm. His spirit and consciousness have already become one with this universe Yuan realm. Simply put, when he devoured the life energy of this universe, he destroyed the Tendo of this universe Yuan realm. And he himself became that Tendo. Not only that, but he is much, much stronger than that Tendo of the past. If you fight him, unless you destroy and shatter the entire universe Yuan realm, you will never be able to kill him. And if you destroy and shatter the entire universe Yuan realm, then it means that countless lives in the universe Yuan realm will be destroyed. Do you understand? Heaven Loathsome said solemnly. In that case, if he stands in the universe Yuan realm, he will be invincible? Mu Nianyan laughed. You can understand it that way, because he will not give you the chance to destroy the universe Yuan realm. Yi Xian wanted to say more, but Mu Nianyan suddenly said, We're here. Hearing this, she stopped in her tracks. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far away, there was a grass hut, and in front of the grass hut was a garden. Which great god lived here? Yi Xian was curious. Chapter 2026. At this moment, the door to the straw hut opened and a girl walked out. She wore a simple dress, and her long hair fell over her shoulders. She looked quiet and elegant. And Yi Xian knew this girl. It was Miss Ding. Miss Ding was slightly taken aback when she saw Mu Nianyan. Clearly, she had not expected Mu Nianyan to come. Mu Nianyan walked into the garden and smiled. Did I disturb you? Miss Ding looked at the ancient emperor and the others and smiled. You're too polite. As she spoke, she put down the flower basket in her hand and looked at Yi Xian. Come here. Yi Xian hesitated, then walked over to Miss Ding. Miss Ding smiled. Do you hate your father? Yi Xian blinked. I wouldn't dare. Miss Ding shook her head and smiled. If you wouldn't dare, then you must be holding a grudge. Yi Xian did not speak. He was not a brainless Xiaota who dared to say anything. When his father beat someone, it was no joke. Besides, he could not retaliate. Wasn't it natural for a father to beat his son? Miss Ding suddenly pointed to a stalk of grass. Do you see this? Yi Xian looked at the stalk of grass, confused. Miss Ding smiled. This stalk of grass has weathered countless storms, but it survived. Not only did it survive, but it's alive and well. As she spoke, she took out a beautiful flower from her flower basket. This is a peony. It's beautiful, but it can only survive in a greenhouse. In terms of vitality, it is far from this stalk of grass. I've told you before that your father's experience was completely different from yours. He grew up without a father and had to depend on his mother and sister. Later on, your grandmother also died a tragic death. His life was very bitter, but it was precisely this bitterness that shaped him. At this point she smiled. Kid, you might think it's hard for you, but compared to your father, your life is like a cheat. Yi Xian was silent, but he asked in his heart, Xiaota, did Aunt Ding lie to me? After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Master's life is indeed very perturbed. Moreover, his temperament is very unyielding, much more so than yours. He seemed to be very easy to talk to now, usually smiling, but that was because he basically had no opponents now. In the past, he was either fighting or on his way to fight every day. Burning one's physical body, burning one's soul, that was a common thing. As for you, young master, to be honest, although your enemies are a little abnormal, they didn't ask you to fight them. Every time you fight with your life on the line, someone will help you. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm just a second-generation heir? Xiaota said in a deep voice. Your question makes me speechless. Aren't you? Yi Xian, Xiaota continued. You and Master have one thing in common, and that is that both of you are very shameless, but you have done it to the extreme. Yi Xian, Xiaota said again. And there is still a difference in your personalities. Master used to be very extreme, especially after he activated his bloodline. He even killed his own people. But you activate your bloodline like you're drunk. What a showy show. Moreover, all you do is show off or brag all day long. Perhaps this is the life of a second-generation heir. Yi Xian. At this time, Miss Ding in front of Yi Xian said again. He hopes that you will suffer more. This is a good starting point, but his method is not very good. Of course, this is also because he is not very good at communicating. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand what Aunt Ding means. I don't hate him, or should I say, I don't have the right to hate him, if not for him. Speaking up to this point, he did not continue, because he realized that without his father, there seemed to be Qing Er Sai. This F** kept up life. Miss Ding clearly understood what Yi Xian was thinking, and could not help but shake her head and smile. At this time, The little girl who was holding the tattered doll in the distance suddenly said, "Are we here to chat with you?" Miss Ding looked at the little girl, and the little girl looked at Miss Ding. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a somewhat sinister smile appeared. "Your skin is not bad. If you make it into a doll, it will definitely be very good," Miss Ding said with a smile. "You may not have this chance." The little girl was about to speak, but Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Little girl, you better watch your mouth. You can insult the young master, but you better not be mean to my mistress." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Damn Xiao Ta, what nonsense are you saying?" The little girl glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen and said mockingly, "What kind of trash are you? Are you even worthy to speak to me?" Xiao Ta sighed softly. "You idiot. You are comparable to that Tian Yi of the past." "Is he calling you Yi Xian?" The little girl frowned slightly. "Tian Yi? What kind of trash is that? How can he be compared to me?" "Xiao Ta." At this moment, Ancient Emperor suddenly smiled and said, "Miss, where is the person you are talking about?" "Person?" The little girl's face was full of mockery. "They are just wasting time." As she spoke, she looked at Miss Ding and sneered. "Didn't you want to call for help? Hurry up and call for help. I'm waiting for you." Miss Ding glanced at the little girl and said with a smile, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took out a small wooden sword, looked at the small wooden sword in her hand, and smiled slightly. In the next moment, a wave of Xian Qi surged into the small wooden sword. The small wooden sword suddenly trembled slightly, and in the next moment, boom! In the sky, space suddenly split open, and a sword light fell straight down. In the next moment, a man in green clothes appeared. He'd arrived in an instant. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched when he witnessed this scene. "Looks like Aunt Ding has a very high status in my father's heart. He'd arrived in an instant." Ancient Emperor's eyes instantly narrowed when the man in green clothes appeared here. On the other hand, Bai Xiao frowned. At this moment, a trace of uneasiness arose in her heart. However, she was slightly puzzled. Why wasn't the woman in a plain dress here? The man in green clothes walked over to Miss Ding, and then he grinned. "Are you all right?" Miss Ding shook her head. "I'm fine." The man in green clothes turned around to look at Yi Xian. "You're here as well." Yi Xian was speechless. "I thought you didn't see me." Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly floated over to the man in green clothes. "Master, that little girl scolded mistress just now." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Damn it. This fellow even knows how to tell on me." The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and then he gazed at the little girl who held a doll in her arms. "Xiaoyao, she scolded you?" Ding Xiaoyao grinned. "It's normal for children to be immature." The man in green clothes spoke indifferently. "Immature?" The little girl gazed coldly at the man in green clothes. "I scolded her. Bite me." The man in green clothes was slightly stunned. "Is she that arrogant?" The little girl intended to say something, but a sword suddenly stabbed into her mouth. Bang! The little girl was instantly nailed to the spot, while blood surged incessantly from her mouth. And she wasn't able to speak a single word. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Ancient Emperor gazed at the man in green clothes, while a rare trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Zhao's expression had turned unsightly. The man in green clothes glanced at the little girl and chuckled. "That's it?" Everyone was speechless. The little girl gazed at the man in green clothes. She wanted to move, but she noticed to her astonishment that she couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, Ancient Emperor suddenly said, "Do you only know how to bully children?" The man in green clothes suddenly turned to look at Ancient Emperor, and then he flicked his thumb lightly. The sword in his sheath suddenly flew out. Ancient Emperor's pupils constricted, and then he took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. This punch actually caused the space in an area of a few million kilometers to split apart. At the same time, countless strands of mysterious energy surged out like a tidal wave and instantly converged into Ancient Emperor's fist. This punch had converged the energy of countless planes of space. It could be said that Ancient Emperor was one with countless planes of space. In order to defeat him, one had to possess strength that surpassed the strength of countless planes of space. Meanwhile, the man's sword arrived. Everyone watched as the man's sword sliced through the formidable energy, like it was tofu. And then it stabbed into Ancient Emperor's right fist. Hiss! The sword stabbed into Ancient Emperor's body. Bang! Ancient Emperor's body shook violently like a deflated balloon, and countless strands of energy seeped out from within him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Ancient Emperor was instantly killed with a single strike. Instantly killed? The long-haired woman and the black-robed man beside Ancient Emperor were also petrified. They had followed Ancient Emperor for a very long time, and in their hearts, Ancient Emperor's strength was invincible. Truly invincible. Back when Eternal Yuan Realm was destroyed, Ancient Emperor only made a move once. At that time, he only used one move to kill the strongest person in Eternal Yuan Realm at that time. Since then, Ancient Emperor had never made a move again, because no one was worthy of him. But now, Ancient Emperor had been instantly killed with a single strike. At the side, Bai Zhao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, and her mind was blank. This terrifying Ancient Emperor was actually defeated with a single strike? She knew that she had lost the gamble. On the other side, Tianyin could not help but take a look at Yi Xian. Damn, this King Kaoshan is really invincible. Ancient Emperor was also a little stunned. He did not expect that he would be killed with a single strike. He did not hold back in his punch just now, because the man in green clothes before him made him feel danger. And he did not expect that the man in green clothes' sword would be so terrifying that it easily broke through the power of his punch. At this moment, the man in green clothes at the side glanced at Ancient Emperor. That's it. Everyone. The man in green clothes suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that this was not good. His father might be looking for trouble with him. The man in green clothes looked at Yi Xian. If you really want to cause trouble, can you make it bigger? Look at your enemies so weak. Every time I come, I finish them with a single strike. It's really boring, don't you know? As he spoke, he paused and continued. It's really boring. It's like you've traveled hundreds of millions of star fields to kill an ant. Depressing. Everyone. Chapter 2027. Hearing the green-robed man's words, everyone's expressions turned strange. This terrifying Ancient Emperor was just an ant in the eyes of this green-robed man? Ant. Tianyin glanced at the green-robed man. Father and son indeed, both like to act tough. However, this father was really awesome. Yi Xian was very speechless at the moment. Watching his dad acting tough, he could do nothing about it. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In the distance, Ancient Emperor looked at the green-robed man blankly. Who are you? The green-robed man glanced at Ancient Emperor and pointed at Yi Xian. Do you know that he is my son? Ancient Emperor shook his head. The green-robed man was expressionless. You know, and you still dare to bully him. Ancient Emperor's expression froze. Didn't you see me shake my head? If I knew that he had such a terrifying father, I wouldn't have dared to attack him even if you beat me to death. Although he was confident, that was against ordinary people. Against this green-robed man. He had no right to be so confident. At this moment, the green-robed man was about to attack when Mu Ninian suddenly said, He is one with the universe. If you kill him, that universe, the green-robed man smiled. Small matter. At the side, the black-robed man beside Ancient Emperor suddenly said, Sir, we are from the Demon Meridians. The green-robed man looked at the black-robed man. Demon Meridians? The black-robed man looked at the green-robed man. With your strength, you must have heard of the Demon Meridians. The green-robed man shook his head. Never heard of it. The black-robed man frowned. How is that possible? How can you not have heard of the Demon Meridians? The green-robed man smiled. Are you trying to say that you have a powerful backer? The black-robed man looked at the green-robed man. Yes. He knew that unless the green-robed man was afraid of them, they would die. The green-robed man smiled. It's good to have a backer. With that he paused. Unlike me, I am invincible and don't need a backer. Sigh. The crowd. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. Since when was his father so pretentious? Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly said, Have you really not heard of devil veins? The azure-robed man smiled and said, If I let you call for people, how long will it take for them to arrive? The black-robed man stared at the green-robed man without saying a word. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly shook his head. Forget it. Don't waste time. Playing with you guys is really too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his left hand suddenly unsheathed. Qi, ancient emperor, and the others were instantly obliterated by a strand of sword energy. However, there were still two people left. One was Bai Xiao, and the other was the little girl holding the tattered doll. Bai Xiao lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. The little girl looked at the green-robed man in horror, not knowing what he was going to do. The green-clothed man glanced at the little girl. I hate people with cheap mouths the most. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and then a strand of sword light shot directly into the little girl's chest. In the next moment, the little girl was instantly nailed into a spatial abyss. The green-clothed man said, I'll nail you here for 1,000 years. If you're able to survive after 1,000 years, then that's your fortune. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Let's go for a walk. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, can you help me with something? The green-clothed man shook his head. No. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly tugged on the green-clothed man's arm. The green-clothed man was slightly helpless, and Ding Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at him. The green-clothed man took Ding Xiaoyao's hand, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. Tell me about it. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. My dad doesn't really want to help me. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and said, Dad, can you help big sister Nian improve? Mu Nian. The green-clothed man glanced at Mu Nian, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. My silly son. You underestimate this big sister Nian of yours. She doesn't need anyone's help at all. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? The green-clothed man shook his head slightly. Up until now, Miss Nian has the highest chance of attaining our level. Yi Xian gazed at Mu Nian, and Mu Nian blinked, but didn't say anything. The green-clothed man continued, She. At this point he shook his head. Let's not talk about Miss Nian anymore. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The green-clothed man said, Because your level isn't high enough, and you can't come into contact with some things. So there's no point in telling you, understand? Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian, and a trace of pity flashed through the depths of his eyes when he noticed the injuries on Yi Xian's body. He hesitated for a moment before he said, It's not that I don't want to tell you, but there's no point in telling you now. Besides that, some things are only interesting when you discover them yourself. Life is life, and the life that others tell you about, and the life that you've experienced are completely different. Understand? His tone was much gentler. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The green-clothed man suddenly gazed at Heaven Loath and Bai Xiao. Are they your friends? Yi Xian glanced at Heaven Loath. She's half. Half. The green-clothed man grinned. He opened his palm, and a strand of sword light entered the space between Heaven Loath's brows. Boom. An extremely terrifying and powerful aura suddenly erupted from Heaven Loath's body. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Father, what's this? The green-clothed man smiled. She's the one who broke the circle. However, she's at the end of her path now. I'm opening a new path for her so that she can save some time. As for how she goes and where she goes, it's up to her. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he heard this. This was equivalent to giving her a new lease of life. This wasn't a matter of saving some time, because some people might not be able to find a new path throughout their entire lives. Moreover, could the path that his father had opened for Heaven Loath be ordinary? Absolutely not. This woman, Heaven Loath, is about to soar. Bai Xiao glanced at the green-clothed man, and no one knew what she was thinking. The green-clothed man suddenly said, Let's take a walk. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Both of them walked towards the distance. On the way, the green-clothed man suddenly smiled and asked, Do you know where we are now? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Ta said that all of you have been wandering aimlessly all day. Xiao Ta was stunned within his body. Holy shit. Did I say that? This young master is so inhumane. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, That's what you think. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Da heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my master isn't an idiot. Otherwise, I would probably be beaten up. This young master is too dangerous. I have to be on guard in the future. Yi Xian suddenly said. Father, can you tell me how far away I am from the two of you? Or should I say, the distance between me and the two of you? How many realms are there in this world? Let me be mentally prepared. The green-clothed man was silent. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Don't tell me you don't know either. The green-clothed man smiled and said, Actually, this universe is a bit f***ed up. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man looked into the distance and said softly, Your brother and I once tore through time and space, all the way to the depths of this endless universe. But, speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. There is no end. When we tear a universe, a new unknown universe will appear. I can tell you this from here. There are at least tens of thousands of civilized universes in front of us. And some of them are quite good. Tens of thousands of universes. Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, he felt that both his balls were hurting. Damn it. This was the rhythm of going crazy. At this moment, the green-clothed man suddenly smiled and said, Actually, this is quite good. Do you know why? Yi Xian looked at the green-clothed man. And the green-clothed man looked into the depths of the universe. If we really reach the end of the universe and still don't find anyone strong, then the three of us will have a battle. Saying so, he looked at Yi Xian. The three of us claim to be invincible, but we need to fight to know who is truly invincible. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Father, who do you think is stronger among the three of you? The green-clothed man asked in return, What do you think? This was a question that would lead to death. Yi Xian did not answer. He was not a brainless guy like Xiao Ta. The green-clothed man smiled and said, My sword Dao and your brother's sword Dao is different from Tianming's sword Dao. She is actually not just a sword Dao cultivator. She plays with everything. I have to say, in terms of talent, your brother and I are not as good as her. However, we have each reached the peak of our Dao. The only thing that can pose a threat to us is her sword Dao. Saying so, he shook his head slightly. I'll be honest with you. The three of us are confident that we can win and kill each other. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? The green-clothed man's lips curled up slightly. Because for now we are really invincible. Yi Xian, the green-clothed man said again. However, we still don't dare to fight. I should say Tianming and I don't dare to fight. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian. Because of you. We will only fight when we reach the end of the universe, and make sure that no one can pose a fatal threat to you. But now we have not reached the end of the universe. In other words, we are not sure if there is a powerful existence comparable to us in the depths of the universe. Moreover, saying so, he frowned slightly. Some uncertain factors and the unknown are what we are most worried about. To put it simply, the stronger you are, the higher your realm, the more you know. And the more you know, the more you might have to worry about. As he said that, he shook his head. Actually, Tianming and I are a little envious of your brother. Your brother is really alone in the world. Damn, he's a bachelor. Whenever he thinks about it, he really wants to die. Let me tell you, he's wanted to look for Tianming several times. Do you know why I brought him along? I was afraid that he would not be able to resist looking for Tianming. To him, if he can kill Tianming, that's naturally good. If Tianming kills him, that's even better. And Tianming is also a hot-tempered person. If Swordsman looks for her, she will definitely do it. Saying so, he sighed softly. Your brother is a bachelor and does not care about anything. To him, death is a release. Anyway, he doesn't have a wife, so he is not afraid at all. But your father is not. Your father still has you and your brother and sister. I have to think about your future. Yi Xian was silent. Chapter 2028. Hearing the green-robed man's words, Yi Xian's heart was filled with warmth. The green-robed man smiled. The three of us will have a battle eventually. But before that, I hope you have the strength to protect yourself. As I said before, I hope you can walk the long road of life by yourself. You should taste all the bitterness and sweetness yourself. Only then will your life be meaningful. As he spoke, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Dad is invincible. That's not awesome. You're awesome yourself. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man smiled. Then our conversation ends here. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Dad, how is Mom? The green-robed man smiled. Kid, I thought you forgot about your mother. Yi Xian was silent. The green-robed man said softly, she's fine. She just misses you a little. She's working hard to cultivate. She's working harder than before. I know she's guessed something. That's why she's working so hard. I hope she can help you in the future. As he spoke, he shook his head. She's even formed a mysterious force for you. I'm having a headache. Yi Xian's heart felt warm. The green-robed man continued. Chat over. I'm leaving. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Dad, what is the devil vein that the black-robed man mentioned? The green-robed man shook his head. I really don't know. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. It sounds very powerful. You've killed their people. Will they come for revenge? The green-robed man smiled. Are you afraid? Yi Xian said seriously. Of course not. The green-robed man nodded. It's good that you're not afraid. Why would my son be afraid? If they come for you, kill them. I believe you can do it. Yi Xian's expression froze. The green-robed man suddenly turned to look at Ding Xiaoyao in the distance. He smiled. Let's go. Ding Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment before she said, I don't want to go around. The green-clothed man walked over to Ding Xiaoyao and said softly, I've found an especially quiet place for you. No one will disturb you there. Ding Xiaoyao looked at the green-robed man. Really? The green-robed man nodded. Ding Xiaoyao thought for a moment, then turned to look at Mu Nian. Miss Nian, are you interested in hanging out with me for a while? After a brief pondering, Mu Nian smiled. Of course. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. She opened her palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. In the next moment, Lanxiu, Zhang Wenxiu, and Yi Ling appeared. Mu Nian gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Lanxiu and said, Let her go with Jing. The azure-clothed man glanced at Lanxiu and nodded slightly. All right. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Zhang Wenxiu. What about her? The green-clothed man pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Let her go with big sister Xiao. Ding Xiaoyao grinned. That's quite suitable. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Ling. The green-clothed man thought for a moment and said, Let her go with me. Love me, love my dog. Even though Yi Ling wasn't his biological son, he knew that Yi Ling and Yi Xian had a deep relationship. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. After all, Yi Ling would truly be invincible in the future if she stayed by his father's side. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man suddenly turned around, and he frowned slightly. Time reversal? As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together. Hiss! A ray of light pierced through an expanse of space not too far away from him. A strand of blood seeped out slowly from there. But it didn't take long for it to vanish. All of them were quite stunned. Mu Nian took a deep glance at that expanse of space, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to the green-clothed man's side and asked softly, What's wrong? The green-clothed man smiled. It's nothing. Someone is reversing time in the future to recreate everything that happened here. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man slashed with his sword. Hiss! A spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in the distance, and Yi Xian saw a woman at the end of it. Big Sister Shui. Big Sister Shui seemed to have sensed something, and she suddenly turned around. At the next moment, she wanted to flee, but a ray of light locked onto her in an instant. Yang Nianxue glared at the green-clothed man. Dad! The green-clothed man spoke indifferently. How shameless can you be? I've brought you along since you were young, yet you can't even defeat your younger brother now. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Yang Nianxue was slightly displeased. My younger brother is all showy and always seeks help from Tianming. How could I possibly defeat him? Yi Xian's face darkened. The green-clothed man felt a headache coming on as well. Your mother asked me to take you back. It's up to you whether you want to go back or not. Mother. Yang Nianxue's expression changed slightly, and a short while passed before she spoke reluctantly. Fine. The green-clothed man pressed his fingers together, and then a ray of light appeared beneath Yang Nianshue's feet. A moment later, Yang Nianshue was teleported here. Yang Nianshue glanced at Yi Xian, and then she chuckled. Brother, did someone beat you up again? Did you ask Dad to help you? Yi Xian walked over to Yang Nianshue's side and said, Big sister, I risked my life for you just now. You're going to leave now. Shouldn't you give me some sort of benefit? He knew that his older sister definitely had a huge amount of treasures. Yang Nianshue blinked. Isn't it natural for a younger brother to risk his life for his older sister? Yi Xian was flabbergasted. Yang Nianshue patted Yi Xian lightly on the shoulder and spoke seriously. Brother, you have to do your best. I'm going to enjoy life with Dad. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. Yang Nianshue intended to say something, but the green-clothed man suddenly said, Why are you acting all over the place now? Yang Nianshue walked over to the green-clothed man's side and smiled. Father, do you want me to stay behind and fight by your side? I don't want to be a second-generation disciple that relies on my parents for everything. I want to rely on myself as well. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. Big sister, you should go enjoy life with Dad. Don't follow me. He was really afraid of Yang Nianshue. She was the #1 traitor of everything. Yang Nianshue glared at Yi Xian and was about to say something when the green-clothed man suddenly said, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and then everyone here vanished. They'd left in a very straightforward manner, and without the slightest hesitation. Only Yi Xian, Heaven Hatred, and Bai Xiao remained here. Yi Xian gazed at the boundless river of stars in the distance and spoke softly. I'm all alone again. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, have you forgotten that you still have me? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Are you even human? Xiao Ta was speechless. Meanwhile, Heaven Loathsome suddenly opened her palm, and then a tiny white vortex suddenly appeared on her palm. Yi Xian gazed at Heaven Hatred and was slightly curious. Heaven Hatred, what's that? Heaven Hatred glanced at Yi Xian, and then she put the vortex away and said, Aren't you leaving with your father? Yi Xian smiled. I want to walk my own path. Heaven Hatred spoke seriously. I think that you're very suitable to be a second-generation disciple. Yi Xian's face darkened. Meanwhile, Heaven Hatred seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to gaze at Bai Xiao. She removed the scarf on her forehead and said, Bai Xiao, do you think these 2 words on my forehead look nice? Yi Xian was speechless. Bai Xiao fell silent. Heaven Hatred was even stronger than before. Heaven Hatred ridiculed. Bai Xiao, you've been acting according to the wind your entire life. I never expected that you'd lose at the most critical moment. Bai Xiao nodded. I did. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. I never expected that young Master Ye's background would actually be so great. Unfortunately, I didn't choose to ride on young Master Ye's coattails. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Bai Xiao, you're a smart person. Unfortunately, you're a person without principles. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He didn't kill Bai Xiao because it wasn't necessary. After Yi Xian left, Heaven Hatred looked at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao smiled. Heaven Hatred, you've won. Heaven Hatred looked at Bai Xiao. You're quite a character. Are you going to commit suicide, or should I kill you? Bai Xiao chuckled. I want to see the strength of those above the inner circle. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body. Boom! The space-time around Bai Xiao boiled at that moment. The inner circle. Heaven Hatred looked at Bai Xiao. So you've been hiding your cultivation level all along. Bai Xiao smiled. I have to hold back, don't I? Heaven Hatred shook her head. It's too late. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Bai Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. The next moment, her throat split open, and a stream of blood spurted out. At that moment, Heaven Hatred appeared behind Bai Xiao. Did you see that? A blank look appeared in Bai Xiao's eyes. Gradually, the color in her eyes faded. Let my clansmen go. Heaven Hatred shook her head. The divine wilderness race will all die. Because if you win, the forsaken heaven race will all die. As soon as she finished speaking, She walked into the distance. War was not a game. Whoever lost had to die. The color in Bai Zhao's eyes gradually disappeared. She had gambled her entire life, and many times she had won. It was also because of this that she and the Divine Wilderness race could replace the Forsaken Heaven race. However, she had only lost once, the most crucial time. And this time, she and the Divine Wilderness race were doomed eternally. The moment she completely disappeared, the words that Yi Xian had just said came to her mind. She was very smart, but she had no principles. Just as Bai Zhao's body was about to completely disappear, she said softly, "Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect my clansmen. My clansmen. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you." As soon as she finished speaking, she completely disappeared. A quarter of an hour later, Heaven Hatred arrived at the gate of Celestial River. As she improved, the experts of the Eternal Essence world were like ants in her eyes. Massacre. She had massacred all the experts of the 5 clans alone. The experts of the 5 clans could not fight back at all in front of her. At this point, the Forsaken Heaven race had returned to become the strongest race in the Eternal Essence world. At the entrance of the gate of Celestial River, Heaven Hatred sat on a stone step. Not far from her were corpses. These were the corpses of the experts of the 5 clans. The corpses piled up like mountains, and the blood flowed like rivers. Heaven Hatred looked at the scene before her, and fell into deep thought. Pleasure? No. She did not feel any pleasure from revenge. There was only emptiness. These people had been like ants in front of her. She had just waved her hand, and they had all disappeared. At this moment, she thought of the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man. Weren't they just ants in front of a powerhouse of that level? Although the Forsaken Heaven race had won, in the vast universe, the Forsaken Heaven race was also like an ant. If they provoked someone they should not provoke, it would be like when she and the Forsaken Heaven race faced the plain-dressed woman. At that time, she and the Forsaken Heaven race would not even have a chance to resist. At that time, she and the Forsaken Heaven race might be like the 5 clans now, at the mercy of others. As she thought of this, Heaven Hatred slowly closed her eyes. "Father, I will protect the Forsaken Heaven race." With that, she stood up and left. A moment later, an order spread through the Forsaken Heaven race. Heaven Hatred stepped down as the leader of the Forsaken Heaven race, and was succeeded by Fekta. What the Forsaken Heaven race needed was not a leader, but a powerful person. The stronger she was, the safer the Forsaken Heaven race would be. P.S. I haven't asked for votes in 3 days. Chapter 2029. When he learned that the Heavenly Forsaken race had destroyed the 5 races, Yi Xian's expression was very calm. He was not too interested in the matters of the Universe Origin Realm. After the matters of the Universe Origin Realm were over, Yi Xian returned to the alternate world. There were some people he missed here. Yi Xian first went to the Fang and Siyuan sect. On a mountain peak, a woman was looking at the sea of flowers in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. As if she sensed something, the woman suddenly turned around and saw a man standing not far in front of her. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Miss Lianyan, long time no see." And Lianyan was slightly startled and then said softly, "I thought you wouldn't come back." Yi Xian said with a smile, "How could that be?" With that, he walked to Lianyan's side and glanced at her before saying, "You haven't reached the inaction realm yet?" And Lianyan smiled slightly. "Just a little more. A little more," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Then I'll have to congratulate you in advance." And Lianyan suddenly looked up into the depths of the vast starry sky, and then said softly, "Young Master Yi, Father said that you are very mysterious. I know that you are very powerful. Is the expert of the Universe Origin Realm really much stronger than our inaction realm?" Yi Xian nodded, and Lianyan turned to look at Yi Xian. "There are worlds stronger than the Universe Origin Realm, right?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Yes." And Lianyan frowned slightly. "How many?" Yi Xian thought about it, and then said, "Currently there are tens of thousands." And Lianyan's expression froze. After a moment, she shook her head and smiled. "So our alternate world is very small in this vast universe?" Yi Xian said with a smile. Why are you suddenly so sentimental? And Lianyun was silent. Yi Xian walked in front of Lianyun and looked at her. Do you know why I came to find you? And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Because you are a kind girl. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. I met two women in the eternal origin world. Both of them are very powerful. At this point, he shook his head and didn't continue. And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian. You don't like them? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't have the right to dislike them. They did it for themselves and their clansmen. I, Yi Xian, am also selfish. What right does a selfish person have to hate others? And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian. I think you're pretty good. Yi Xian laughed and said, I think you're pretty good too. The two looked at each other and smiled. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a small wooden figure appeared in his hand. The small wooden figure looked exactly like in Lianyun. Not only that, but the small wooden figure was also smiling. Yi Xian placed the small wooden figure in Lianyun's hand. Alternate worlds. I've been to too many worlds along the way. In any case, the maps change so often that I've forgotten many worlds. However, I will remember this alternate world because you are here. And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian took out a storage ring and placed it in Lianyun's hand. These are some resources. They should be helpful to you. And Lianyun still didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, Remember, be yourself. Don't make yourself suffer just to cater to others. I'm leaving. After saying this, he turned and left. At this moment, his hand was suddenly pulled back. Yi Xian turned to look at Lianyun. It was Lianyun who was holding his hand. And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian and gently hugged Yi Xian. Then, she whispered a few words in Yi Xian's ear. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. At this moment, Lianyun turned and left. In the same place, Yi Xian didn't say anything for a long time. An hour later, Yi Xian arrived at Daoling Palace. Inside the palace, there were only Yi Xian, Daoling, and Yan Bianshan. Daoling sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, I can't see through you anymore. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sister Ling, you can bring Yan Bianshan to the universe origin world, and tell him my name. The heaven-forsaken race will welcome you. Daoling blinked. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Daoling smiled and said, Thank you in advance. Yi Xian smiled and said, We're on the same side. Daoling's expression was complicated. Back then, Yi Xian had not reached the inaction realm. Now she could not see through Yi Xian. In a short period of time, things remained the same, but people had changed. They did not talk much. After a while, Yi Xian left Daoling Palace. After Yi Xian left, Yan Bianshan looked at Daoling and said softly, Master, are we going to the universe origin world? After a moment of silence, Daoling smiled and said, No. Yan Bianshan was puzzled. Daoling smiled and said, This is home. Yan Bianshan understood. This time, Yi Xian did not return to Qingcheng. He knew that he still had a long way to go. His father's words worried him. If his father and big brother reached the end of the universe and did not find a powerful enemy, then the three of them would definitely fight. All three of them were invincible. But who was truly invincible? They would only know after fighting. Work hard. Yi Xian did not want to watch helplessly from the side when his father and the other two fought. He did not want any of them to die. Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta, do you think it's possible for me to defeat my father, Qing and big brother? Xiao Ta hesitated and said, Young master, don't scare me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, I'm afraid that you're delusional. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again. Your idea is possible, but it's too difficult. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Didn't you say that I have some halo? Xiao Ta said indifferently, You think you're invincible just because you have a halo? Young master, don't have such thoughts. Even if you have a halo, it doesn't mean that you're the only one. As a person, don't think too highly of yourself. However, it's not that you don't have a chance, but if you continue to be so flashy, then I think you won't have a chance to surpass them. Unless you create your own shameless path, then I think you might have a chance. After all, you're really shameless. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened. Xiaota hesitated and said, "Young master, I'm being too direct. You won't be angry, right?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I don't dare to be angry." Xiaota did not understand. Why? Yi Xian said, "Your destiny's tower, the #1 tower in the universe. How would I dare be angry with you?" Xiaota chuckled. "Young master, you have to be low-key." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Xiaota said, "Young master, I think it's not that you don't have a chance to surpass master and the others. After all, your foundation is better than the three of them. For you, becoming stronger is just a matter of time. Plus, you have a halo. As long as you work hard, even if you don't surpass them in the end, you won't be any worse than them. Isn't there a saying? Everything is possible." "Everything is possible." Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Little pagoda, you finally said something sensible." Xiaota was speechless. 2 hours later, Yi Xian entered the vast starry sky. He had no destination. He needed to rely on his own ability to explore the next universe civilization. In other words, his current goal was to find his dad and big brother. The vast universe was boundless. Yi Xian flew on his sword. He did not move very fast but slowly. Yi Xian looked at the starry sky around him. It had to be said that this vast starry sky was really beautiful. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, where are we going?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't know." Xiaota was a little confused. "You don't know?" Yi Xian nodded. "Wherever we go." Xiaota hesitated and then said, "Do you want to cultivate in the pagoda for a while before continuing down?" Yi Xian was a little confused. "Why?" Xiaota said seriously. "Because I'm afraid that you will be beaten up when you reach the next universe civilization." Yi Xian was speechless. It had to be said that Xiaota's worry was reasonable. Although Ancient Emperor was killed by his dad, he did not forget about the demon veins. Ancient Emperor and the others were from the demon veins. This meant that the demon veins must be a super force. Since his father had killed someone, the demon vein might very well blame it on him. At this thought, Yi Xian's face darkened. Cultivate. He had to cultivate first before heading to the next universe civilization. Break the circle? Yi Xian shook his head. He had no way of breaking the circle. This was because he had chosen to enter the circle. He could only develop within the qing, or circle. This might seem like a restriction, but it was not. This was because the qing, or circle, was limitless. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian entered the Xiaota. After entering the Xiaota, he came to the peak of a mountain. He sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. How could he strengthen himself within the qing, or circle? This was what he had to think about now. And it was what he had to do. Or rather, he had to settle down now. This was because after entering the circle, he had not cultivated properly. He did not have a good understanding of the qing, or circle. Cultivation was timeless. Fortunately, the flow of time within the Xiaota was different from the outside world. He had enough time to cultivate. While Yi Xian was cultivating, two people suddenly came to the thatched cottage that Ding Xiaoyao used to live in. A man and a woman. The man was dressed in a black robe. In his left hand was a thick ancient book, and in his right was a pen. Not far from him was a woman in a simple long dress, holding a black flute in her right hand. In between their brows there was a swastika. At this time, the man said softly, "Ancient Emperor is really gone. This is unbelievable. Someone in this place could actually kill Ancient Emperor." The woman looked around and pressed her right hand down lightly. This pressure caused the surrounding time and space to boil. The next moment a strange scene appeared. Time reversal. The woman wanted to recreate what had once happened here. Right at this moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. A sword had appeared out of nowhere. And before she could even react, it had pierced the space between her brows. Boom! A stream of fresh blood spurted out. The time and space in front of the woman was dyed red by the blood, but it quickly disappeared. The woman's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. The sword slashes the future. Chapter 2030. Slaying the future. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. What was slaying the future? It meant that someone had attacked at this time. And this sword had slain the person who had come to this place in the future. Just listening to it was already unimaginable. But it was not impossible. Beside the woman, the man's eyes were also filled with disbelief. He was starting to panic. Slaying the future. Evidently, the ancient emperor and the others had offended someone they should not have. At this moment, the woman suddenly looked at the man. Muyo, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished. Forcefully erased. The man called Muyo was silent for a moment. Then he turned to leave. He did not return immediately. He had to investigate this matter thoroughly. There was a super expert of this level in a place like this. Moreover, he had clashed with the ancient emperor and the others. If he followed the ancient emperor to the demon vein, he had to investigate this thoroughly. Actually, it was not difficult to investigate this matter. After all, so many things had happened in the universe origin realm recently. Before long, Muyo found some clues. Somewhere in the city, Muyo looked at a scroll in his hand, deep in thought. Yi Xian. This was the news he had received from the heaven-forsaken tribe. The ancient emperor's death had something to do with a youth called Yi Xian. More accurately speaking, it was the person behind Yi Xian who had killed the ancient emperor. As for the person behind Yi Xian, only the heaven-forsaken tribe leader, Tian Yen, knew some inside information about Dao Yi, and Tian Yen had already left the universe origin realm. As for Yi Xian, he had also left the universe origin realm not long ago. After a long silence, Muyo said softly, Yi Xian, King Kaoshan. As he spoke, he got up and left. He had a basic understanding. As for whether or not he wanted revenge, that was not something he could decide. Inside the Xiaota, time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian was meditating like an old monk. He had entered the circle. His path was blocked from the others. He had entered the circle, but he could not break it now. Even his father and big brother could not break the circle of the Qing'er, let alone him. What he needed to do now was to familiarize himself with Qing'er's circle. What is Qing'er's Dao? During this period of time, Yi Xian had been thinking about this problem. In the end, he realized that Qing'er's Dao was too profound. In other words, she was already above the Dao. She had no Dao left. Just as she had said before, she didn't even know how strong she had become. Nothing in the world could describe her strength. To put it simply, don't ask her how strong she is. Ask her if she is invincible. Invincible. When Yi Xian thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Was invincibility a kind of Dao? Invincible. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiaota, do you think that invincibility is a kind of Dao? Actually, he didn't really want to ask this unreliable Xiaota, but he had no choice. He had no one else to ask. After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, I'm just a tower. Yi Xian's expression froze. Suddenly Xiaota said, I think you can say so. Yi Xian said in a low voice, How can I become invincible? After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Young master, if I know, you are not my young master. I am your young master. Yi Xian. Xiaota said, Are you going to take a wrong path again? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. What do you mean by wrong path? I think that Qing'er's Dao is invincible. If that's the case, then I can also develop in this direction. After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Young master, when you say that, I am suddenly a little worried. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiaota said, Sister Tianming's invincibility is really invincibility. Your invincibility is most likely an act. I am afraid that you will overdo it and get killed. Yi Xian. Xiaota said in a serious tone. Young master, acting tough is risky, you need to be careful. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiaota, we are not talking about acting tough now. We are talking about how to be invincible. Xiaota said indifferently. Isn't your invincibility just acting tough? Yi Xian. At this time Xiaota said. But I think you can try, young master. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Invincibility, I think, a person's aura is very important. Just like when I fought in Qing Cheng sometimes, my strength was indeed not as good as others. But at that time, among the younger generation of Qing Cheng, no one dared to provoke me. Why? Because I dared to fight, I dared to risk my life. They were stronger than me. But I crushed them in terms of aura. Xiaota said in a low voice. Young master, actually in the past you were very awesome. Especially during that time in Qingcheng, although I did not follow you at that time. But I know. At that time, you dared to fight. You dared to rely on yourself. But later, only after you met Sister Tianming and Master, you embarked on the path of no return. Sigh, fate makes fools of people. I always felt, if Sister Tianming and Master did not help you. At this point it paused, then said, That's not right. If you did not have a backer, you would have been beaten to death. Yi Xian, Xiaota said. Young master, continue to cultivate. Anyway, I am not going to cultivate hard anymore. The next time I meet Sister Tianming, ask her to help me modify myself. Don't just modify my functions. Help me modify my strength, the kind that makes me awesome. I don't want to fight anymore. Winning without doing anything is quite good. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. This Xiaota was finished. Ever since he was modified by Qing, not only did this Xiaota become arrogant, but he also liked the feeling of winning without doing anything. Ignoring Xiaota, Yi Xian continued to cultivate. Now he already had a direction. Invincibility. Heading in the direction of invincibility. As for whether he could be invincible or not, it was not important. At least, he had to have the aura of invincibility. Aura. Yi Xian grasped another core point. A year later, Yi Xian suddenly came to a cloud. He slowly closed his eyes. Just like that, he stayed like that for about 2 hours. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He gently flicked his left thumb, and the sword was unsheathed by an inch. A powerful sword momentum swept out of his body. In an instant, the clouds within tens of thousands of miles around him disappeared without a trace. Aura. Not just aura, but also sword aura. At this moment, the aura and sword aura on Yi Xian's body was incomparably powerful. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said softly, Young master, you seem a little interesting. Yi Xian softly said, Aura. This is the next direction I'm heading in. Actually, after entering Qing'er's circle, he was a little confused. What should he do next? He had been thinking about this question previously. Qing'er's circle was infinitely large. Moreover, he didn't know much about Qing'er's strength and Tao. Moreover, he was the first person who chose to enter the circle. Thus he had always been a little lost. But fortunately, he still found a direction. That was aura. Perhaps I might not be invincible, but I must have aura, or should I say courage. The enemy is very strong. I might not be able to defeat them, but I dare to fight. I dare to draw my sword. Fighting was one thing, but not daring to fight was another. Not only an individual, even if 2 armies were to fight, aura was also very important. And his goal was very simple, which was to cultivate this kind of invincible aura. Of course, he also understood that his invincibility was not really invincibility. His invincibility was a kind of aura, a kind of belief. He did not know whether his direction was right or not, because his current path was different from others. Others could break out of the circle, but he could not. His future path could only rely on himself. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly used his thumb. Qi. The green profound sword was unsheathed. Buzz. A sword cry resounded from within Xiaota's body. And in an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of miles was directly torn apart. Xiaota hurriedly said, Young master, don't act recklessly. Yi Xian smiled. He almost forgot that this was Xiaota's inner world. Although Xiaota had been modified, Qing'er seemed to have only modified its function, and did not strengthen it much. Of course, this function was already very heaven-defying. Yi Xian looked at the cracked world around him, and a smile appeared on his face. It's useful. This aura and sword energy can improve my combat strength, and it's a huge improvement. Most importantly, there's still a lot of room for improvement. If I cultivate it to the limit, then the might of this attack will definitely be even more terrifying. After a short while, Yi Xian left Xiaota, and he arrived at an unknown expanse of space. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the blood within his body started to boil gradually. Aura. He intended to cultivate his aura to the limit. It's fine if he doesn't move, but if he does, it'll be like a thunderbolt. Therefore, he wanted to activate his bloodline power as well. His bloodline power was one of his greatest trump cards right now. Yi Xian's eyes were slightly closed, and he was completely devoid of any aura. He'd suppressed all his strength, aura, and the energy of his bloodline. Just like that, after a very long time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he suddenly flicked his thumb. His sword was unsheathed. Bang! In an instant, a powerful aura and sword energy swept through the surroundings. In an instant, the mysterious space in an area of hundreds of thousands of miles was directly transformed into nothingness with him at the center. Erased. It was forcefully erased by his aura. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said softly, "Young master, you're quite amazing." Yi Xian roared with laughter, and the smile on his face was extremely bright. The facts proved that he'd taken the right path. His attack just now was actually a sword strike to determine life and death. However, he didn't draw his sword anymore. Even though he didn't stack his sword, the might of this attack surpassed drawing his sword. Because drawing a sword to determine life and death required explosive force, and his attack just now required explosive force in an instant. Most importantly, his attack was extremely fast, and it was at least 10 times faster than a normal sword strike to determine life and death. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand and said softly, "This move is called Instant of Life and Death. Once I draw my sword, the enemy's life and death will be decided in an instant. P.S. I'm working hard to save the manuscript and strive to erupt as soon as possible." Chapter 2031. Instant of Life and Death. This move was naturally not as good as the single sword that determines life and death. However, the current him was still far from reaching that level. What was the single sword that determines life and death? The single sword that determines life and death. Strictly speaking, this sword technique was used to attack the weak. Only when the strong attacked the weak would it have such an effect. When Qing created this sword technique, she was already invincible. On the other hand, he was currently far from attaining the cultivation and strength that Qing possessed. Of course, the reason Qing taught him this sword technique wasn't really for him to utilize this sword technique to surmount realms of cultivation to kill. This sword technique was actually a form of faith in the sword Tao. It was exactly the same as the path he was walking now. Aura. My single sword that determines life and death. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to cultivate the sword's momentum and aura. He wanted to push himself to his limits. Whether it was the sword's momentum or aura, there was a lot of room for growth. Especially the power of his bloodline. After activating the power of his bloodline, both his aura and sword's momentum were elevated. Inside the Xiaota, time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian cultivated like crazy day and night. In order to push his aura and sword's momentum to the extreme, he tried all sorts of methods. Apart from that, he also found something interesting. When he unsheathed his sword, the state of mind at that moment was very important. Invincible. If one felt invincible the moment he unsheathed his sword, the power of that sword would increase tremendously. Deceiving oneself and others? Actually, that was not the case. It was just like fighting in the secular world. Most of the time, the one who was more ruthless would win. If one started to cower before the fight started, and felt that he couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would most likely be beaten half to death. But if one was fearless and dared to fight, then perhaps one might not be able to defeat his opponent, but at least one wouldn't be beaten for nothing. During his time in Qingcheng, he understood a principle. In a family where the strong preyed on the weak, one must never cower. The more one cowered, the more one would be beaten. Many people bullied the weak and feared the strong. The more one cowered, the stronger one would be. On the contrary, the more one was tough, the more one would be beaten. It was just like how it was with his sword Dao Yi. The stronger his aura was, the weaker his opponent's aura was. Inside Xiaota's body, he cultivated without any sense of time. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Of course, to the outside world, only 10 days had passed. On this day, Yi Xian suddenly left Xiaota. In the starry sky, Yi Xian looked around, and his eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. At this moment, He felt as if a lifetime had passed. He had stayed in Xiao Tao's body for far too long. The reason he came out was because he had reached his limit. He had cultivated his sword force and aura to the extreme. It should be said that he had reached his limit 50 years ago. For the next 50 years, he spent his time researching how to break through this limit. Unfortunately, he was unable to break through this bottleneck even after 50 years. As for the road ahead, he was once again at a loss. He did not choose to continue cultivating. If he continued to cultivate in such a boring manner, he felt that he was going to explode. Yi Xian looked into the distance, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Hiss! A strand of sword light tore through the boundless starry sky. In the boundless Milky Way, Yi Xian traveled aimlessly. He didn't have a specific destination. In any case, he just had to keep moving forward. As for going back, he wasn't worried because he had the green profound sword. Wherever he went, he could use the green profound sword to arrive instantly. 3 days later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in the Milky Way. In the distant depths of the starry sky, he saw a huge black vortex. That black vortex spanned across the entire starry sky. Within it, it was pitch black and deep, and it emitted an extremely terrifying energy. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he walked towards that black vortex. He knew that this black vortex was probably a type of teleportation formation, and there might be a dazzling universe civilization behind it. In next to no time, Yi Xian arrived before the black vortex. At this moment, a powerful suction force enveloped him. Yi Xian frowned slightly, flicked his sleeve, and a powerful aura swept out. Bang! That terrifying black vortex directly trembled violently, and all the suction force disappeared. Yi Xian slowly walked into that black vortex. Inside the black vortex was a space-time teleportation channel. When he stepped into it, he directly began to shuttle through space-time. Not long after, a white light appeared in front of him, and the next moment, he appeared in a cloud. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and the space-time tunnel had already disappeared. Yi Xian looked around again, and this was a brand new world. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, with my current strength, can I act cool here?" Xiao Ta. It had to be said that Xiao Ta was actually a little flustered. This young master was acting cool at the drop of a hat. But the problem was that this young master's strength wasn't as strong as San Jian. He was really a little worried. At this moment, the clouds in the distance suddenly tore apart, and then a huge black dragon rushed over. The black dragon's body was huge, and when it rushed out, it simply covered the sky and covered the sun. And on that black dragon's head stood a woman with her hands behind her back. The woman wore a long black dress, and her hair was as black as ink, and her eyes were deep purple. That huge dragon rushed over, and it had no intention of stopping at all. Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to look for trouble. His body trembled, and he appeared below. At this moment, the woman on the huge dragon looked down at him, and there was no contempt, only indifference. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and it was considered a greeting. Seeing Yi Xian smile at her, the woman was slightly stunned, and the next moment, her right foot lightly tapped, and the huge dragon stopped. The woman took a step forward, and with that step, she was already in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the woman, and he didn't know what she wanted to do. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Who gave you the courage to look at me directly?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The woman said again, "Who gave you the courage to look at me directly?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "You're as beautiful as a goddess. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too beautiful." Xiao Ta was speechless. The woman was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected to receive such an answer, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Are you angry, miss? If you're angry, then it's my fault. I shouldn't have taken a few more glances, just because you're beautiful." The woman fell silent. Was he being too stingy? Thinking of this, the woman glanced at Yi Xian, and her expression became much gentler. "What's your name?" Yi Xian said, "Yi Xian." The woman sized up Yi Xian. "An independent cultivator?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman thought for a moment, and then she said, "Come with me." As she spoke, she gently pulled with her right hand, and in an instant, Yi Xian was directly dragged onto the back of the black dragon by a gentle force. Yi Xian. The woman returned to the dragon, and then she tapped her right foot lightly. The dragon soared, and directly transformed into a black ray of light that disappeared into the horizon. On the way, Yi Xian looked around curiously. He discovered that the spirit energy in this universe was slightly special. The spirit energy here was dark purple, and it was especially pure. Besides that, he also discovered that there were many types of spirit energy in this world. A world with many types of spirit energy. What kind of world is this? Yi Xian's heart was filled with curiosity. At this moment, the woman in front of him suddenly turned around, and she glanced at Yi Xian. You seem very curious. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's the first time I've stood on such a colossus. I'm a little nervous. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You didn't answer the question. Yi Xian. At this moment, the dragon suddenly stopped, and Yi Xian looked down. Below, there was an endless mountain range, and on top of many of the mountain peaks, there were many ancient palaces. An ancient faction. At this moment, the dragon swooped down and soon, it arrived above an ancient palace. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Let's go. After saying that, she directly brought Yi Xian to a huge square. It had to be said that this square was really huge, at least tens of thousands of feet long and wide. At a glance, it was extremely spacious. And in this square, there were some people sitting quietly in cultivation. Yi Xian glanced at those people sitting quietly in cultivation, and they were basically circle breakers. Fortunately, circle drawing wasn't as common as dogs in this place. At this moment, the woman brought Yi Xian to the front of a large hall, and an old man appeared in front of the woman. The old man bowed slightly. Harmony God. The woman nodded, and she glanced at Yi Xian. Let him become an outer sect disciple. Let him become an inner sect disciple. After saying that, she disappeared not far away. The old man looked at Yi Xian, and he sized up Yi Xian. Circle breaker? Yi Xian nodded. He had actually entered the circle, but in the eyes of outsiders, he was a circle breaker. The old man hesitated, and then said, You and Harmony God are. Yi Xian blinked. Guess. The old man's expression froze. Guess? How was he supposed to guess? The old man was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Didn't Sister Mu tell you about my relationship with her? Sister Mu. The old man hesitated, and then said, Little friend. Harmony God didn't say. Oh. Yi Xian deliberately dragged his tone, and then said, She might want me to keep a low profile. Then I'll keep a low profile. The old man. Yi Xian said again, Senior. The old man hurriedly said, Just call me Gu Yi. I don't dare to call you Senior. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Gu Yi. I like to read. Can you arrange a place for me? The old man hesitated, and then said, What kind of books? Yi Xian was a little surprised. There are many kinds. The old man nodded. There are some chivalrous ancient books, and some, that kind, do you want to read that kind? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, What kind is that? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. It's the kind of he. Yi Xian. Chapter 2032. He. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn, this old man's mind is not pure. Also, am I that kind of person with an impure mind? He actually recommended that kind of book to me, really. After a while, Gui brought Yi Xian to a pavilion. Gui said, Little friend Yi Xian, there are many ancient books here. You can open them at will. However, there are no cultivation methods or martial skills. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Gui smiled. I am in charge of the inner sect. If you need anything, just tell me. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you, Elder Gu. Gui smiled. You are welcome. After saying that, he cupped his fists and left. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, Little master, you seem to have changed. Yi Xian was a little surprised. What changed? Xiaota said, If that woman dared to speak to you like that in the past, you would definitely fight her. Then, he killed her with one slash and said, "Let the best fighter in your sect come out. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want." "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta continued. "Little master, do you have any other intentions for joining this sect?" Yi Xian smiled. "First, I want to understand this cosmic civilization." After saying that, he walked into the pavilion. He glanced around, and his divine sense directly entered the ancient books. Soon, countless information poured into his mind. After a while, Yi Xian sorted out the information in his mind. Great Matian Domain. The universe he was in now was called Great Matian Domain. In this Great Matian Domain, there were only two super forces. One was the sect he was in, the Sacred Pulse. The other was the Demon Pulse. Ancient Emperor came from the Demon Pulse. In this universe, the top experts were also circle drawers. However, the circle drawers here were not only divided into inner and outer circles, but also big and small circles. To put it simply, above the outer and inner circles, there were still three great realms, namely telepathy, Tao enlightenment, and embodiment transformation. These three realms were all very particular. If one reached the telekinesis realm, one would be able to know the various changes in the world with a single thought. Experts who had reached this level could not only know fortune and misfortune, but they could also seek fortune and avoid misfortune, as well as form good karma. What was worth mentioning was that Harmonious God was in the realm of telekinesis. The Daoming realm was even more mysterious. It was rumored that experts who reached this realm could understand karma, fate and fate. They could use a single leaf to deduce a forest. To put it simply, when they were about to do something, they could deduce countless consequences beforehand. Such an expert was a legendary existence, even in the entire Great Matian Domain. As for whether there really was such a thing, no one knew. As for the final embodiment transformation realm, there was no description of this realm in the ancient texts. This was an unknown realm, but one thing was certain. This realm did exist, but normal people didn't know about it. Only the world's top experts like Good God might know about Daoi too. Yi Xian closed the ancient text and fell silent. Why had Good God brought him to this sacred vein? Just because he had complimented the other party's beauty? It probably wasn't that simple. What was worth mentioning was that the ancient emperor was half a step away from the telekinesis realm. However, a half-baked cultivator like him was a little awkward, knowing fortune and misfortune. Actually, even experts at the unbreakable realm could predict fortune and misfortune, let alone the telekinesis realm. However, there were differences. For example, when some experts faced Yi Xian, they wouldn't feel any danger, just like the ancient emperor. This was because Yi Xian wasn't strong enough to threaten experts of the ancient emperor's level. And back then, Heaven Gloom had wanted to kill him because he, Yi Xian, wasn't a threat at all to Heaven Gloom. As for those who could predict the woman in the plain dress and the man in green through Yi Xian, they were few and far between. Basically, they had predicted Qing, through the green Xian sword. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. The main thing was that the man in green and the woman in the plain dress were too strong. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to predict them through Yi Xian. And when they saw the man in green and the woman in the plain dress, it was too late. Just like the ancient emperor, when he saw the man in green, he started to feel uneasy. This was because he had already predicted fortune and misfortune. But it was already too late. Fate. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, his mind was filled with many thoughts. Many people had always said that one's fate was up to them, not the heavens. But in this world, few could do that. Many strong cultivators understood this as well. Therefore they no longer went against fate but followed it. This was the telekinesis realm and the Tao illumination realm. It was difficult to go against the heavens, but it was not so difficult to follow the heavens. Follow the will of the heavens to seek more blessings. If I can't beat you, I will follow you. And then within the rules of this circle, I will be the one who follows the rules and knows the rules. At this point, Yi Xian shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. Actually, the only ones who could break the circle and create the rules were Qing, his old man, and his big brother. The three of them might have really surpassed everything, whether it was the telekinesis realm, the Tao illumination realm, or the embodiment transformation realm, they were all within the circle. Moreover, elder sister Nian had said that Qing had been drawing circles and then breaking them. Who knew how many circles she had drawn and how many circles she had broken? One had to know that every time she drew a circle, it represented a new beginning, and she had broken it. This meant that she had surpassed the great Tao rules that she had created. At this point, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. How strong is Qing? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, I might know." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "We're all on the same side, don't pretend." Xiao Ta said seriously, "Young lord, I might really know." Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Tell me about it." He realized that although this Xiao Ta was usually useless, sometimes this guy's words were a little reasonable. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Sister Tianming's horrifying circle-breaking behavior reminds me of an ancient story." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What ancient story?" Xiao Ta said. "This story is, a farmer saved an emperor, and the emperor asked the farmer what reward he wanted. The farmer said, 'Put 1 grain of rice in the first grid, 2 grains in the second grid, 4 grains in the third grid, 8 grains in the fourth grid, and so on. The number of grains in each grid is twice the number of grains in the previous grid. Just like that, put all 64 grids, and I want this many grains.'" Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then said, "Isn't this a very simple matter? 1 bag of rice is enough, right?" Xiao Ta was silent for a moment and said, "Young lord, can I insult your intelligence?" "Yi Xian." Xiao Ta sighed softly. "Young lord, think about it again. Is it really that simple?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and very quickly, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stood up directly. Obviously, he had already thought through the logic. It seemed that this request was so simple. But in reality, even if all the grains in the entire kingdom were added up, it wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Xiao Ta said again, "Sister Tianming's strength is like putting grains of rice on a chessboard. When she draws a circle, it is equivalent to putting 1 grain of rice. When she breaks a circle, it is equivalent to putting 2 grains of rice on the second grid. When she draws a circle again, it is equivalent to putting 4 grains of rice on the third grid. Simply put, every time she draws a circle and breaks a circle, her strength will multiply. And if we want to know how strong she is, it is very simple. We just need to know how many grids there are on the chessboard in her heart." Yi Xian suddenly said, "What if her grid is infinite?" Suddenly, there was a sudden silence. After a moment, Xiao Ta said in a low voice, "Young lord, after hearing what you said, I feel that my brain is a little lacking." "Yi Xian." Xiao Ta sighed softly. "Young lord, I feel that if we want to catch up to Sister Tianming, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, it will be a little difficult," Xiao Ta said, "but I have confidence in us." Yi Xian was slightly curious. "Why?" Xiao Ta smiled. "Because you have a halo." According to my experience, those who have a halo will usually explode at the most critical moment. For example, Master. He was beaten up by Sister Tianming in the beginning, and almost all of his people were killed by her. But in the end, Master exploded and turned the situation around. I feel that you can do it as well. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Father, did you get beaten up badly by Qing in the past?" Xiao Ta thought for a moment, and then said, "I feel that it's better if we don't discuss this question." Yi Xian blinked. "Xiao Ta, why have you suddenly become a little timid? This isn't your style." Xiao Ta sighed softly. "Young lord, sometimes I feel that acknowledging you as master is really a waste of my talent. How about, you acknowledge me as master?" "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta continued. "When master left, didn't he strike with his sword? That sword slashed at time and space, but blood flowed out. Do you know what that means?" Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Ta's voice became somewhat solemn. "That sword slashed at the future, which means, not long after we left, someone would appear at that place, and then that person would start to go back in time, wanting to replay what happened in the past. But Master felt it. This isn't the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that Master struck with his sword, And that sword didn't slash at the past, but slash at the future. To put it simply, he struck with his sword now, and then killed a person from the future. Don't you feel that it's terrifying? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "It's all right." "It's all right," Xiao Ta said in a low voice. "Young lord, can you stop acting so pretentiously? When you act now, even I'm a little scared. Also next time, don't talk bad about master behind his back. And don't provoke master by saying that he was beaten by Sister Tianming. When you activate your bloodline, it's like drinking wine. But if master activates his bloodline, I'm afraid he'll kill you. And then he'll kill me too. After all, sometimes even I feel that you're not my biological son." Yi Xian. That's heart-wrenching. P.S. Working hard to save chapters, try to save more chapters before exploding. Exploding a few chapters every time, that's not interesting. I want to explode more, and blind your eyes. Chapter 2033. Yi Xian was a little surprised, because the small tower was actually starting to get scared. After all, besides Qing'er, Xiao Ta didn't like anyone else in the past. It seemed that Father's sword strike that day had frightened this small pagoda. Yi Xian closed the ancient book, and was about to leave. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked into the pavilion. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the woman. It was Mu Shen. Mu Shen walked over to Yi Xian. "Gui said that you're reading here." Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Mu Shen sized up Yi Xian and said, "Are you interested in becoming a legacy disciple?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned. "Legacy disciple?" Mu Shen nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not too interested." Mu Shen nodded. "It's good that you're interested. Come with me." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. "Did I say I'm interested?" Yi Xian was speechless, but he still followed her. God Mu brought Yi Xian to a huge hall. This hall was extremely spacious, and there were huge coiled dragon pillars erected around it. It looked extremely majestic. There was an old man and a middle-aged man in the hall. The old man wore a loose cloud-colored robe, and his hair was completely white. As for the middle-aged man, his eyes were closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian glanced at them, and saw that they were both in the telekinesis realm. Mu Shen suddenly said, "He's the legacy disciple I chose." With that, she turned around and left. But she stopped after taking 2 steps and looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "That's it." Mu Shen nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Shen didn't say anything else, and she just walked out of the hall. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before following them. Inside the hall, the white-haired old man suddenly smiled and said, "Mu Ge, what do you think?" The middle-aged man named Mu Ge glanced outside the hall in the distance. "She really knows how to pick people." The white-haired old man laughed and said, "Indeed. I can't see through this youth. However, my intuition told me that if I chose him, I would obtain a great opportunity. However, it comes with certain risks." Mu Ge said solemnly, "She's gambling." The white-haired old man shrugged his shoulders. "If it were me, I would bet too." Mu Ge looked at the white-haired old man. "Sect Master, as far as I know, you have chosen a child of destiny. Why don't you bring it over?" The white-haired old man laughed. "It's not time yet." Then he looked at the middle-aged man. "What about yours?" The middle-aged man's expression was calm. "How can he be compared to the sect master?" The white-haired old man said with a smile. "To be born with a divine eye, this is something rarely seen in 10 million years." Mu Ge grinned, and didn't say anything. The white-haired old man turned to look outside the hall and said softly, "I wonder what the background of this person from Goddess Mu Ge is." Hearing this, Mu Ge turned to look outside the hall as well, and a trace of curiosity flashed through her eyes. Outside the hall, Goddess Mu stopped and looked up into the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian was by Goddess Mu's side. He glanced at Goddess Mu Ge and didn't say anything. At this moment, Goddess Mu Ge suddenly said, "You should have gained some understanding of this universe during this period of time, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Goddess Mu Ge turned around. She looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "You wouldn't be thinking of grooming me to be the next range master, right?" Goddess Mu Ge was slightly stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected such an answer. Goddess Mu Ge just looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. "Isn't that the case?" Goddess Mu said softly. "Our range master Su Chong, the old man just now, took in a disciple. Do you know where that disciple came from?" Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mu Ge said, "His disciple is Destiny's Child. Do you know what Destiny's Child is?" Yi Xian shook his head again. Goddess Mu Ge said softly, "A person's birth is actually a kind of fate. Many people are blessed by the heavens when they are born, and have things that others can't obtain, even if they struggle for a few lifetimes. This Destiny's Child is born with the number one divine physique in the universe, the Destiny Divine Physique." At this point, she paused for a moment and looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know what Destiny Divine Physique is?" Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mu Ge looked at Yi Xian. "Destiny Divine Physique is a very mysterious special physique. Those who have this physique are almost invincible from birth." Yi Xian furrowed his brows. "Why is that?" Goddess Mu Ge said. "Because all kinds of evil karma can't touch him. Not only that, anyone who goes against his will have to go against fate. This kind of person usually dies miserably. In the secular world's words, those who go against him will be taken care of by the heavens. Only those who reach the telekinesis realm can barely resist the special power of fate in his body." Yi Xian didn't say anything. Goddess Mu Ge continued. "The middle-aged man just now is called Mu Ge, a saint sovereign of our saint bloodline. He took in a disciple who was born with God's eye. You don't know what God's eye is, do you?" Yi Xian nodded. Goddess Mu Ge smiled. "God's eye is a divine art practitioner. These people aren't as profound as the children of destiny, but their eyes contain an extremely terrifying power. This power is innate, and as for how it comes about, no one knows. All we know is that this power will grow with the host." Saying so, she looked at Yi Xian again. "Do you know why I'm telling you this?" Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mu Ge looked at Yi Xian. "You are now a member of our saint bloodline, and I took you in. Although we are from the same bloodline, there is internal competition. I don't want you to compete with them for the saint bloodline master position. I need you to befriend them. It's good for you." Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mu Ge frowned. Yi Xian smiled. "I don't look at the other party's background when I make friends. Because in this world, no one has a stronger background than me." "Xiao Ta." Goddess Mu Ge looked at Yi Xian. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian nodded. Goddess Mu Ge remained silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Goddess Mu Ge said, "You can call me master." Yi Xian shook his head. "Can I call you something else?" Goddess Mu Ge glanced at Yi Xian. "They all call me Goddess Mu Ge." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Mu, why did you take me in as your disciple? I really want to know this." Goddess Mu Ge said after a moment of silence. "When I saw you, you gave me a very special feeling. This feeling told me that being with you is good for me. It's that simple." Yi Xian frowned. "You will benefit from being with me?" Goddess Mu Ge nodded. "I believe in this feeling because it's a special ability of the telekinesis realm. Of course, I don't know how great the benefit is. Not only that, but the benefits are often accompanied by some dangers. However, I still decided to take a gamble." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Why?" Goddess Mu Ge looked at Yi Xian. "Because you are good with words." Saying that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Goddess Mu Ge suddenly said, "Don't leave the saint bloodline so easily. You should be on the demon bloodlines list now. If you go out, they will definitely kill you." Yi Xian asked, "Is the saint bloodline stronger or the demon bloodline?" Goddess Mu Ge said, "The demon bloodline is stronger." Yi Xian frowned. "You have such a terrifying genius on your side, but you still can't beat the demon bloodline?" Goddess Mu Ge suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "The demon bloodline has an even more terrifying genius." Yi Xian was curious. "Can you tell me about it?" Goddess Mu Ge was silent. Yi Xian smiled. "Can't I?" Goddess Mu Ge said softly. "Defying ones." Yi Xian frowned. "Defying ones?" Goddess Mugu glanced at Yi Xian. Your origin isn't simple. It's impossible that you haven't heard of such existences. Yi Xian said with a smile. Can I tell the truth? Goddess Mugu nodded. Yi Xian smiled and said, I have a halo, which is the halo of light. Under my halo, all geniuses are nothing but stepping stones. Xiaotao was speechless. The young lord is showing off again. But on second thought, there's nothing wrong with it. Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. Radiant ones? Yi Xian nodded. Haven't you heard of it? Goddess Mugu shook her head. Never heard of it. I think you like to brag. Yi Xian's face darkened. Goddess Mugu said softly. The so-called defying ones are those who cultivate hard in adversity. Such people aren't limited by talent. These defying ones aren't born. They're born after birth. To a certain extent, they reverse their fate. They're not bound by talent and talent breaking the limit. Their strength and talent are completely disproportionate. At this point she paused. Her expression was solemn. Such people have experienced countless hardships and tribulations. Finally, they comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the universe, the vicissitudes of life, and the changes of the past, present, and future. There aren't many such existences since ancient times. To put it simply, whether it's destiny's child or God-eye, their abilities are innate. But defying ones, their strength isn't innate. Their strength is obtained through bitter cultivation. Experts like them are really terrifying. There's such a person in Devil Vein. And it's this person who forced Devil Vein to suppress us. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. One person changed the war situation of Great Motion region. Yi Xian said softly. It sounds a bit fierce. Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. Can you tell me about Radiant Ones? I'm a bit curious about this Radiant Ones. But I've never heard of them. Not only that, there aren't any records of them in ancient history. Can you tell me about them? Radiant Ones. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said softly in his heart, Xiaotao, can you tell me? Actually, I also want to know. Xiaotao thought about it and said, it's very simple. The next time you see Sister Tianming, just tell her that you don't like the endless universe. Then our story can come to an end. Yi Xian. Chapter 2034. God Mu was still looking at Yi Xian. Obviously, she wanted Yi Xian to explain what a radiant ring was. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss God Mu, I can't explain it to you clearly. Can I tell you later? God Mu nodded. All right. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the space above the sacred pulse in the distance suddenly split open. In the next moment, a beam of white light fell straight down. And in the blink of an eye, a figure rushed into the hall in the distance. Yi Xian frowned and was about to ask, but God Mu suddenly said, There's a situation. With that she disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian turned to look at the hall and frowned. Seems like something is going to happen. He didn't think too much about it and turned to leave. He had come to the sacred bloodline purely to see the powerhouses of this cosmos. And now he had seen them. God Mu was at the telekinesis realm. Although he hadn't fought with her before, he felt that he wasn't any weaker than her. He wanted to find a chance to spar with her, and then leave to find stronger experts, such as Daoming Realm. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, God Mu appeared in front of him again. The Immortal God Mansion's secret realm array is broken. Yi Xian frowned. Immortal God Mansion? God Mu nodded. Immortal God, an ancient expert of the Demo Divine Domain. It is said that he was the first and last embodiment transformation realm expert in the Demo Divine Domain. In the past, the Demon Vein first discovered this secret realm, but they couldn't open it, so they asked us to join forces. Yi Xian frowned. You two joined forces? God Mu replied. They had no other way. We worked together for nearly 100 years to break the array of the Immortal God Talisman. We had an agreement that once the array is broken, we can only let our juniors enter. Moreover, each side can send at most 3 people. 3 people. Yi Xian blinked. I can go too? God Mu nodded. You are my disciple, of course you can go. But before you go, you have to deal with someone first. Yi Xian asked. Who? God Mu looked into the distance and saw a man walking over. He was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge battle axe in his hand. When he walked over, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, giving them a heavy sense of oppression. The Harmony God said, "His name is the Barbarian, and he's the strongest in the saint bloodline besides the Chosen One and the Divine Pupil. The last spot was supposed to be his, but it's yours now. He's definitely not convinced, so you have to convince him." Yi Xian asked, "How can I convince him?" God Mu looked at Yi Xian. "Do as you wish." Yi Xian was silent. At that moment, Great Barbarian walked in front of the two of them and bowed slightly to God Harmony. "Holy Supreme Harmony, can I challenge your disciple?" God Mu nodded. "Sure." As soon as she finished speaking, she retreated thousands of meters away. Great Barbarian looked at Yi Xian. "How do we fight?" Yi Xian said solemnly. "You're a circle drawer, right?" Great Barbarian nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian pointed at himself. "I'm just a circle breaker, and you a circle drawer. Want to challenge me? Aren't you a little shameless?" Great Barbarian, Yi Xian said. "My realm is one realm lower than yours, so it's not shameful for me to reject your challenge, right?" Great Barbarian looked at Yi Xian. "I won't bully you. I'll lower myself to a circle breaker." As he said that, he directly suppressed his realm to a circle breaker and was about to attack. At that moment Yi Xian said, "Shall we begin?" Great Barbarian nodded. "Begin." As soon as he said that, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Great Barbarian's pupils constricted. When he was about to attack, a sword was already pressed against his forehead. Defeated. Great Barbarian's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. In the distance, God Mu gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. In the distance, Yi Xian put his sword away and smiled. "I won." Great Barbarian said furiously. "You're so strong, yet you want me to lower my realm? Are you even human?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry. I never expected that I would actually be so strong." Great Barbarian's face froze. "What are you talking about?" Yi Xian turned around and walked towards God Mu. Meanwhile, Great Barbarian suddenly said, "Can I fight you again in the circle drawer realm?" Yi Xian stopped and turned around to look at Great Barbarian. "Are you sure?" Great Barbarian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Then make your move." Great Barbarian gazed at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly leaped up and slashed his axe down towards Yi Xian. This strike caused the space in the surroundings to split into a spider web. It seemed like it intended to split the heavens and the earth apart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At practically the exact same moment, the green sword in his grasp vanished. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. And then Great Barbarian's axe was split into two while his figure was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Once he stopped moving, he gazed at the cracked axe in his hand, and he was slightly dazed. Yi Xian opened his eyes, glanced at Great Barbarian, and then grinned. "Thank you." Great Barbarian was stunned. "What are you thanking me for?" Yi Xian smiled. "Thank you for allowing me to realize that I've become so strong. I don't have to be flashy when I fight others in the future. I'm truly strong now." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Great Barbarian's face froze. You're going too far." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian walked over to God Mu and smiled. "I didn't embarrass you, right?" God Mu nodded slightly. "It exceeded our expectations." Yi Xian smiled. "I only used less than 10% of my strength just now." God Mu was speechless. Great Barbarian suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. "Big brother, there's no deep enmity between us. You don't have to be so hurtful, right?" Yi Xian was speechless. God Mu glanced at Yi Xian. "Come with me." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yi Xian was about to speak when God Mu suddenly stopped moving, and she gazed at Yi Xian. "Shut up." Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, God Mu brought Yi Xian to a hall. In the hall, he saw the range master Su Chong and another Saint Venerable Mu Ge. Su Chong glanced at Yi Xian and grinned. "Welcome to the Saint bloodline." Yi Xian smiled. "Do you have any gifts for our first meeting?" Hearing this, God Mu's mouth twitched. "Damn, What kind of gift is this? Mugu also couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. This guy wants a gift for our first meeting? Su Chong was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly say this. Yi Xian blinked. No. Su Chong smiled. What do you want? Yi Xian said seriously. Anything from the Saint bloodline is fine. Su Chong smiled. You're not an ordinary person. I'm afraid you won't be interested in ordinary gifts. Saying this, he opened his palm, and a wooden token slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. It floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the wooden sign and asked curiously, What's this? Su Chong smiled. This is a legacy disciple token. Yi Xian's expression froze. This? Su Chong said seriously. This is not an ordinary legacy disciple token. This is a token that I personally carved, and there's only one of it in the entire Saint bloodline. It's of great significance. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn, you old fox. What significance? I want something real. At this time Su Chong smiled. Why do you think the gift is too little? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. How can it be a gift from the Saint bloodline? Su Chong smiled. As long as you like it. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Su Chong looked at God Mu. The two of them have already gone to the immortal god residence. After a moment of silence, God Mu asked, How many people did the demon bloodline send? Su Chong said solemnly, 2. God Mu frowned. Besides that person, who else? Su Chong shook his head. I don't know. God Mu was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Su Chong looked at Yi Xian. Little guy, I know you're not simple, and I also know that you didn't show your full strength just now. However, you must remember one thing. If you enter the immortal god residence, don't underestimate the 2 people from the demon bloodline. Especially that defying one, he's not simple. Because the demon bloodline has done a very good job of keeping secrets, we still don't know what level this defying one has reached. If you meet him, don't fight if you can. Yi Xian smiled. Saint bloodline master, do you think we won't fight after entering? Su Chong was silent. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Everyone will definitely fight when we get inside. The other side will definitely not miss this opportunity to kill the Saint bloodline genius. Similarly, you also hope that we can kill the defying one and the other demon bloodline genius, right? Su Chong stared at Yi Xian. Are you confident? Yi Xian shook his head. Su Chong sighed inwardly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, As long as I don't want to live, they all have to die. Xiao Ta. Su Chong was slightly taken aback, then smiled. It's good that you're confident. No matter what, you have to protect yourself first. In short, if you really can't win, retreat. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Su Chong looked at God Mu. Bring him along. God Mu nodded, then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but God Mu said, Shut up. With that, she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder with her right hand and disappeared with Yi Xian. After the two left, Su Chong suddenly said softly, What do you think of this little guy? Mu Ge was silent for a moment, then said, He's flashy and doesn't speak seriously, but he's very strong. Su Chong looked at Mu Ge. How strong do you think he is? Mu Ge shook his head. I'll only know after fighting him. Su Chong said softly, The youngsters of this generation are very fierce. They're much stronger than our generation. To be honest, the older generation is really under a lot of pressure. Mu Ge nodded. Indeed. Su Chong suddenly stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall, a trace of yearning in his eyes. Immortal God Residence. Incarnation. Somewhere in the clouds, God Mu tore through spacetime with Yi Xian. God Mu suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. I suddenly realized that your skin is a little thick. Yi Xian. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 2035. 2 hours later, God Mu suddenly stopped. God Mu pointed at a mountain range below. Do you see that? Yi Xian looked at the direction God Mu pointed. Below, mountains surrounded mountains. It was a magnificent sight. God Mu said softly, This is the immortal God residence. Yi Xian looked at God Mu. You want to see it too, right? God Mu nodded. Yi Xian said solemnly. Even telekinesis practitioners can't go in? God Mu nodded slightly. If we go in, there will definitely be a battle. And a battle between people of our level means that both sides will have a life and death struggle. They don't want a life and death struggle. But neither do we. As for the younger generation like you, there will definitely be a battle, but it won't start an all-out war. Yi Xian looked down and said softly, if we fight inside, for example, if I want to kill that defying one, will the demonic bloodline just watch? God Mu looked at Yi Xian. Don't worry, none of their telekinesis practitioners will make a move. Of course, if you guys are going to be killed by them, we won't be able to do anything either. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The top experts of both sides will restrain each other. Simply put, life and death depend on themselves. Yi Xian didn't waste time and walked down. At this time, God Mu suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian turned to look at God Mu. God Mu looked at him. Why? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Confused, he asked, why what? God Mu looked straight at Yi Xian. I've told you why I accepted you, but you haven't told me why you joined the sacred bloodline. You can tell me, and I might be able to satisfy you within my ability. Yi Xian smiled. So that's what you're talking about. God Mu looked at Yi Xian, waiting for his answer. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I just want to find someone to kill me, that's all. Saying that, he left confidently. Xiao Ta. God Mu was slightly stunned. In the distance, Xiao Ta could not help but say, Young Lord, should we keep a low profile? It had to be said that it was really panicking now. After the young lord's strength increased, he was so arrogant that he couldn't take it anymore. Yi Xian laughed. Xiao Ta, am I not low-key enough? Xiao Ta sighed softly. Young master, don't forget a rule. Yi Xian frowned. What law? Xiao Ta said. I won't be handsome for more than 3 days. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Yi Xian brought Xiao Ta to the front of a cave. When he arrived at the cave, he discovered that there were a few unfamiliar divine senses sweeping over him. It was obvious that this was an expert with demon veins. Yi Xian straightened his collar and walked towards the cave. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a black robe, and there was a dark red swastika character on his forehead. An expert with demon veins. The old man stared at Yi Xian. His gaze was not very friendly. Yi Xian glanced at the old man, but did not care about him, and continued to walk towards the cave. At this time, the old man blocked in front of him again. Yi Xian frowned. Old man, I have a saint bloodline. The old man stared at Yi Xian. I know you have a saint bloodline. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. If you know I have a saint bloodline, why are you stopping me? Are you trying to bully the weak? The old man stared at Yi Xian. Look clearly where this is. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He looked at the entrance of the cave. Above the cave entrance there were 2 big words, demon veins. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You changed the immortal god residence into a demon vein? Did you ask our saint bloodline? The old man suddenly said angrily. Look clearly. This is the resting place of the old man and the others. The entrance to the immortal god residence is behind you. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it! Did I go the wrong way? Yi Xian turned around and looked. There was a huge stone door 1,000 zhang away. Above the stone door were 2 large words. Immortal God Residence. I really went the wrong way. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. He looked at the old man and smiled. Wrong way. Sorry for disturbing you. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying that, he turned and ran. The old man looked coldly at Yi Xian in the distance. Why did the saint bloodline send such a clown? At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the cave behind him. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, Is this the disciple that the saint bloodline Mu Xin just accepted? This is interesting. The old man was expressionless. He's just like a fool. The middle-aged man smiled. Sha Yen, can't you change your bad temper? The old man called Sha Yen said indifferently. Change what? Why don't you change your temper? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Sha Yen looked coldly at the middle-aged man. Goodbye, you're as hypocritical as the saint bloodline. After saying that, he turned and left. Gubai suddenly said, "Aren't you curious about that young man?" Xiaoyan didn't turn his head. This is the era of the defying ones. The geniuses and monsters born in this era are destined to have a tragic life. After a moment of silence, Gubai chuckled. That's true. After saying that, he turned and left. In the distance, Yi Xian walked to the front of the stone gate. He took a look at the inside of the stone gate. There was a bottomless tunnel behind the stone gate. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiao Ta, do you think that the defying ones are female?" Xiao Ta said, "Why do you ask?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I have a feeling that all the stronger ones we have encountered so far are women." Xiao Ta said indifferently, "I think it's normal. Anyway, they're either men or women." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "Young master, this place doesn't look simple. You have to be careful." Yi Xian nodded. He naturally wouldn't look down on this place, nor would he look down on the top geniuses of this world. It was fine to be confident, but not arrogant. Most of the time, the difference between being awesome and being stupid was just an instant. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian walked through the stone door. The inside of the stone door was very wide. It was about 100 feet wide on both sides. The surrounding walls were as smooth as a mirror, as if they had been polished by something. Yi Xian kept walking forward. However, as he walked, he started to frown, because he found that this tunnel seemed to have no end. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian began to move forward on his sword. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he had traversed millions of miles. However, he still hadn't reached the end. Not only that, as he continued to go deeper, he realized that there was an extremely terrifying and mysterious power around him. This kind of power was like an invisible pressure, and even he felt a little uncomfortable. Yi Xian's speed began to slow down, because the faster he went, the stronger the pressure. At this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned because he saw water at the end of his vision. "I've arrived?" "No." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Other than water, he also saw mountains. "There's another world here? Another world?" As he was thinking, Yi Xian suddenly felt his body tremble violently. An extremely terrifying gravity was pressing down on him. At this moment, he felt like there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing down on him, about to crush him. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly released his aura. After he released his aura, the gravity he felt lightened slightly. Right at this moment, his body suddenly started to spin rapidly. It was like something had suddenly pulled him down. Yi Xian was just about to fly up on his sword, when an expanse of white light assaulted him. At the same time, his body returned to normal. He glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he was within a mountain range. Expanses of thick black clouds were above him, and countless bolts of blood-red divine lightning flickered within the black clouds. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "I've arrived at the depths of the Earth's core?" He made some calculations. With the speed and time he'd taken to fly on his sword, it was very likely that he'd really arrived at the depths of the Earth's core. Even though he'd explored countless universes and starry skies, he'd never explored the depths of the Earth's core. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that there would actually be another world in the depths of the Earth's core. Moreover, the spirit energy here was actually a few dozen times denser than the outside world. What a great place! Yi Xian sized up the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, he turned around, and he'd only just turned when a black shadow attacked him like a bolt of lightning. It was a demon beast. This demon beast was shaped like a rock, and it had 3 heads. Yi Xian flicked his thumb lightly, and the green profound sword in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Bang! The demon beast had just arrived in front of Yi Xian, and it was directly flying over 3 kilometers away. However, Yi Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer as well. There was a trace of seriousness in Yi Xian's eyes. His current strength was capable of fighting a telekinesis realm expert. Even though he hadn't utilized the green profound sword earlier, the might this ordinary sword of his was extremely terrifying in his hands. Yet this demonic beast had actually withstood his sword head-on. Right at this moment, the demon beast in the distance suddenly roared furiously. It glared fiercely at Yi Xian before it turned around and flew away. Obviously, it didn't want to fight Yi Xian head-on. Right at this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly split open, and a spear stabbed directly into the demon beast's head in the next moment. Along with a shrill cry, the demon beast fell slowly from the sky. In the next moment, a man appeared in front of the demon beast, and the man swung his spear, causing the demon beast's head to fly into the air. At the same time, a golden core floated slowly in front of the man. Yi Xian glanced at the man. The man also looked young. He was dressed in a white robe that was as clean as snow. The spear in his hand was pure silver, but the tip of the spear had a little red dot. It was very beautiful. A trace of surprise flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Is this a saint bloodline or a devil bloodline? Meanwhile, the man turned around to look at Yi Xian, and the two of them just stared at each other. The man stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Are you a saint bloodline or a devil bloodline?" The man glanced at Yi Xian, and the silver spear in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are we going to fight?" Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked behind the man, and his face was filled with astonishment. "Fuck. What's that?" The man frowned slightly, and he turned around instinctively. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned around and blocked with his spear. Bang! A wave of light suddenly erupted, and the man was directly slashed 3 kilometers away. After he stopped, the man looked up at Yi Xian. "Can you play like this?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.